Mayor, members of the council, the meeting is now being live streamed.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. Good evening and welcome to the August 11, 2025, 6 p.m. regular joint meeting of the Bell Garden City Council and successor agencies to the Community Development Commission. The meeting will now come to order at 6:19 p.m. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting live online through the city's website as noted on the agenda. If any member of the council should have a conflict of interest, please announce any item you are recusing yourself from due to the conflict of interest prior to the item being heard. Tonight's invocation will be given by Minister Daniel Anguino, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our very own Chief of Police.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us all stand to our feet as we come before God. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to be here, for giving us this opportunity to unite in this meeting and all the wonderful people that are here. As we do so, God, we would like to acknowledge you as the highest authority, Lord Father. We pray for your guidance. We pray for your righteousness in this night, Lord, and as you had appointed King David and prospered his nation, because he was a man after your own heart, as your word states. And we just pray that our hearts may be guided by you, Lord Father. And I pray for the blessings of each and every one of these members, the council members, our city mayor, and all the city staff that help to make this city a wonderful city. In the name of Jesus, I pray this. Amen.
Thank you for that, Minister and Chief. City Clerk, please call roll the City Council.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council and successor agency, Barcena.
Present.
Councilwoman Guillen.
Present.
Councilwoman Sanchez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem de la Rosa.
Present.
And Mayor Chavez.
Present. Thank you for that. We will now move on to presentations. City Manager, please introduce the presentations.
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. The first item we have is a certificate of recognition for Toastmasters Club, Dynamic Force Masters Club 587 for the designation of the President's Distinguished Club. Turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Ms. City Manager. I'm going to go ahead and pass this certificate of recognition to our very own Councilmember Marco Barcena. Without further ado, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Today it's my great honor to have this certificate for the Toastmasters Club 587. Who here is familiar? I'm just curious, who's familiar with Toastmasters? If you can raise your hand. Okay, awesome. Hopefully more people will be familiar after this meeting, but it's truly one of our community groups that is doing a lot to become more civically engaged, and we really appreciate that. This is a certificate, and I'm gonna read it for you guys. The Bell Garden City Council proudly recognizes Toastmasters Dynamic Force Masters Club 587 for achieving the prestigious President's Distinguished Club status in 2025, making it 18 years of excellence. Toastmasters International is a nonprofit organization that teaches public speaking and leadership skills worldwide, and this honor reflects the club's consistent dedication to empowering its members. Congratulations again to Dynamic Force Masters Club 587 on this remarkable achievement. Your commitment to fostering growth and leadership is truly commendable. Let's give them a round of applause. And if you guys want to come up here, the club. Right here to the lectern or the podium here in the middle. Yes, there you go. And actually, we're very lucky today because we do have the club president, Salvador, who is here, also with some of his officers. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, and feel free to say a few words.
Well, I'll begin. Sure. My name is Sal Cervantes, and I'm the president currently of the club. we spend 1 year as presidents, and then we have to rotate. But we'll explain briefly what the club is about as soon as they introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rene Estrada, and I am the treasurer of this club. I'm happy to be here with you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I would just like to express my gratitude to everybody here for this award. Do we have it? Oh, we don't have it yet. Oh, sorry. Soon to be in our hands. It's a great group. We, like the council member was saying, that we help out the community with their public speaking skills. As you know, I'm working on it, as you can see. That's something that we can help with. And I'd like to invite everybody, all the members here, residents and business owners, to our club. The membership is waived if you're an employee, a resident, or a member. Resident, right? Yeah. So, welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Francisco Barcena. I'm on VP of Membership. So if you have questions about how to join the club, reach out to me. We have a good offer going on. If you're a resident of BG, you get free membership. So reach out.
Sure. If I may just explain what Toastmasters is, I'll also do it in Spanish. Toastmasters is where you come to practice your public speaking skills. Not only how to speak, we can all speak, but to speak properly. And we have an agenda that we practice. We have everything so that people who go through the program can participate in a meeting such as this and know when they're allowed to speak or what they should say. So it's just a public speaking, practicing the art of public speaking. Now, in Spanish, Toastmasters, un brindis es un toast. Y un Toastmasters es un maestro del brindis. Y así comenzó el club. Alguien que pensaba que los profesionales más bien deberían saber hablar un poquito mejor en público. Ahorita el club tiene miles de miembros y cada club es individual. Aquí en Bell Gardens es un grupo de la comunidad. Hay que todos pueden venir y como ya mencionaron, si viven o trabajan en Bell Gardens es gratis. ¿Qué más? ¿Verdad? Entonces nomás les digo que hay la oportunidad de aprender cómo desempeñarse su manera de comunicar. No nomás en público, pero también en uno a uno. Por ejemplo, si me permiten, voy a ir a una boda de mi ahijada y pues discretamente le voy a preguntar al best man o al groom si van a decir unas palabras, simplemente para recordarles que las digan bien, you know, y que no vayan a decir chistes inapropiados, algo así. Todo esto aprendemos en Toastmasters. Gracias. Aquí está la información.
So, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you in case you want to have a council comment. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Barcena, and thank you to Toastmasters. At this moment, any member of the council can make some comments.
Thank you so much for empowering your membership with this such great ability, right, to speak publicly. And just a question: when do you hold your meetings and where?
Sure. Yeah. We meet every Tuesday. Of course, we have about right now perhaps 20 members. Not everybody comes every Tuesday, but the idea is that someone is always there. We usually have a group of about 12, and that's when we practice what we're talking about. It's Tuesdays, 6 p.m. We meet in person upstairs here, courtesy of Bell Gardens City Council, and also on Zoom. And so we have the information, and we'll leave flyers out there for anybody who wants to Zoom in. You can Zoom in as a guest for free. Come as many times as you want and see if it's to your liking. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation.
Okay.
And congratulations.
Thank you. That's it? Yeah.
If I may, I just want to say thank you, Sal Cervantes, for being here today. Thank you to the officers. And I want to let the public know, if you're looking for ways to make your voice be heard, if you have certain objectives, maybe you're trying to create some change in your community, it involves a lot of communication. And this club in particular is where I found my voice. This is why I'm a council member today, because of Toastmasters. And fun fact, Toastmasters used to be in Downey, now we brought it to BG. We're still Downey friendly though, you know, so if you live in Downey, come on by. But it's an amazing club, really old club, and being an old club is actually a great thing because it shows just how much endurance you have, how much you've been around, and how much experience your members have. So we're very proud of you guys. Congratulations on being President Distinguished for the 18th time in a row. And hopefully we have some people in the audience today that will come back to check it out so that they can make their voices heard in their community.
Sure. Thank you. And President's Distinguished simply means that the membership has gone through and given a certain number of speeches, so they give us brownie points. And that's the way we achieve President Distinguished, is by the members succeeding in what they are doing. Thank you.
I just want to say congratulations on your 18 years. I've had the privilege of joining twice. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit in my schedule to be there, but I was just in awe to see the different strategies that you guys use to help people with public speaking. So thank you for offering this service within our community.
Likewise, I want to thank you for being here, for being in our community, and I also want to express gratitude to Councilman Barcena because prior to I think prior to Councilman Barcena being on the dais, this program wasn't as active, or maybe it was in Downey, but now here in Bell Gardens it has a home too. So I really appreciate that this is an opportunity of service for those that want to get involved, for those that want to grow in their community service and learn a new skill. And the best part is that it's free for Bell Gardens residents. So again, thank you again, and know that here the Bell Gardens City Council is here to support you. And I think now we can hand you the certificate and we'll take it. Yeah.
I wanted to express gratitude to the city for giving us the space to carry these meetings in. Thanks, because it means a lot to just walk in there and have the web hybrid meeting thing set up. It's just huge. So thank you all for that. Whoever's in charge of setting that up, like the technical stuff, I commend you.
Shout out to Steve. Thank you so much, Steve. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Ms. City Manager, next presentation.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. The next item is a certificate of recognition for Anaya's Service Center, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor, for this item. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, City Manager. We have another important special certificate of recognition going along with the small businesses within our community. And I'd like to call up the Anaya family, if they're present, to come to the podium, please. I don't know where they are. Are they here? Yeah, they are. The family. And then if some of the employees are here as well, yeah, no worries, no worries. Take your time. As they're coming up, I do want to go ahead and read the certificate. The certificate states, City of Bell Garden Certificate of Recognition honoring Anaya Service Center. The Bell Garden City Council is proud to recognize Anaya Service Center for delivering high-quality automotive services to the community for over 34 years, over 3 decades. Your business is a vital part of the community, contributing to the local economy by creating job opportunities and providing essential services that meet the needs of this area. We thank you for your continued dedication to excellence, for being a trusted business in our community, and for making a positive impact that extends far beyond your services. Signed, Jorge Chavez, Mayor of the City of Bell Gardens, along with the Bell Gardens City Council, this August 11th, 2025. If you can give him a round of applause. And if you can, please, Mr. Anaya, if you could share some words with us. Tell us about your experience in Bell Gardens.
Thank you for 34 great years in this city, great business, and continue to be here a lot longer. And thank you, George, and honorable council members.
Can you tell us who you're with?
This is my brother Louis, Alba Guerrero, my sister, my niece, Ruby Guerrero, and the little ones.
I was like, that's the most. So who's the boss of the shop right there?
That's
the
me.
little one, right?
That's me.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate the countless decades of service to our community, the impact that you've had. I know we have a great relationship here in the city of Bell Gardens, and I'm pretty sure with the surrounding cities of Bell and Maywood and everybody else. And it goes to show the level of service that you provide, right? Especially being in the automotive industry, that is very technical and it continues to advance every year. So we really appreciate your service, and I want to give this opportunity to my colleagues to also share some words.
I want to say thank you for giving Bell Gardens an opportunity. It's families like you that make Bell Gardens, and your family is beautiful. I just see a family that's here because they want to, and it's our responsibility to help maintain you guys for many more years. So thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on 34 years of being in the business. I like to think that your business is not solely fixing cars, but rather it's enabling the hardworking people of our community to go to work. We rely on vehicles, especially in this area. We heavily rely on them, given the fact that public transportation isn't necessarily the best, and especially where the majority of our people here in the community work is it's usually pretty far. And when we think of vehicles, we think of our of our livelihood. So thank you so much. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for choosing Bell Gardens to have your business here flourish for 34 years. It's family businesses like yours that help our city thrive. So just as important as it is to help somebody maintain their vehicle, you having your business here helps us as well. So thank you so much.
Mr. Anaya, I want to thank you for all of the service that you provided not only to our residents, but to the city of Bell Gardens. And I want to attest that Mr. Anaya's shop is top-notch, very clean, very effective, and he's a great guy that provides excellent customer service. Why? Because I've been there myself with a car that needed fixing, so I appreciate all that you've done. Thank you.
So again, thank you again for the countless years. I know it's at 34. Let's make it another 34 to make it a total of 68. I think I did the math right. Did I do the math right? 34 plus 34 is 68, right? Yes. So again, really appreciate it. And with that said, let's go ahead and take a picture. Thank you. All right. Ms. City Manager, no wait, actually I think we'll just move along, right? All right, we will now move on to public participations for items listed on the agenda, items listed not on the agenda. Public participation is now open. City Clerk, please announce the instruction for public participation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items not listed on the agenda. So please state your name for the record before addressing your comments. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes per person with an overall 30-minute period unless announced otherwise. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or microphone icon when instructed. We will first hear from speakers that are in person. We didn't receive any written communication for non-agenda items.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. All right, I'm going to call up Maria Padilla. And then I'll call up the second speaker as well, Cassandra.
Buenas tardes, Consejo Municipal, señor alcalde. Mi nombre es María Padilla, soy coordinadora del kiosquito comunitario de aquí de Bell Gardens y hoy me acompaña mi compañera.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Soledad García.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Milán.
Ellas son voluntarias del kiosquito comunitario y el motivo por el cual estamos hoy aquí es, venimos con a nombre de todo el kiosquito comunitario, con un profundo agradecimiento para el consejo, para todo el consejo, por todo el apoyo que nos han brindado en este tiempo. Ya vamos a cumplir casi 2 años. Parece que fue ayer que empezamos este proyecto, pero ¿por qué motivo quiero que la comunidad sepa este agradecimiento con ustedes? El pasado agosto 5 tuvimos encontramos a una familia, una mamá con su hijo que están literalmente, estaban viviendo en la calle y no tenían un carro, así literal, detrás de un matorral. La señora mayor y su hijo enfermo de la espalda. Y queremos nosotros aquí agradecer al Consejo Municipal porque inmediatamente acudí a ellos, alcalde Jorge Chávez, concejal Marco Bárcenas y doctora Francis de León, y ustedes prontamente nos dieron una solución, una ayuda para esta familia que no podíamos dejar esa noche quedarse en la calle a dormir. También gracias a la comunidad. ¿Por qué traigo esto? Porque como comunidad también tenemos que tener empatía con las necesidades que vemos en la calle. A veces es muy fácil juzgar a quien nos pide $1 para comer. Y entonces cuando nosotros abrimos nuestro corazón y vemos más allá de lo que nos están pidiendo, podemos hacer un cambio en estas personas. Con gran gratitud, de verdad. Les agradezco mucho a todo el consejo. Ellos ahorita están siendo asesorados y ya les pagaron su cuarto de hotel. Gracias a Liz, que ella estuvo pendiente, y ahorita a todo el centro comunitario, Diana, que están pendientes de ellos, les han ayudado. Gracias, doctora Francis de León, porque ese día cenaron una rica cena. Gracias a usted, gracias Marco, gracias alcaldía, gracias a todos los que forman parte de este comité, de este concilio, que abren su corazón a las necesidades de la comunidad. Y sabemos que hoy lo que vamos a hablar en esta reunión va a ser de mucho provecho porque ustedes están luchando y están trabajando por el bienestar de la comunidad. Y la comunidad estamos aquí para apoyarlos. Gracias.
I'd like to call up Cassandra. Cassandra? Oh.
Buenas tardes a todos. El día de hoy
estoy apoyando una moratoria que queremos que se pase para evitar desalojos. Nuestra comunidad está sufriendo. Como pueden ver, es Cela la que está sufriendo esto. No es Beverly Hills, no es Palos Verdes, no es Orange County, es aquí, Los Ángeles. Somos parte de ello, ustedes son parte de ello. Ustedes han dado la cara por nosotros y es increíble que esta ciudad esté avanzando cada día más en protegernos, en cuidarnos, buscando estrategias para seguirnos cobijando y apoyando y protegernos. Pero creo que es tan importante también lo de la vivienda. Muchos hemos perdido el trabajo, nos han dado menos horas, varias personas no quieren salir, varios de ellos que llevan el día a día buscando trabajo en nuestras Home Depots han sido arrestados, casados. Prácticamente estamos viviendo como si estuviéramos en Alemania, por nuestras razas, por nuestro color de piel, incluso ya hasta por hablar español. Eso es algo increíble que estemos sufriendo. Los precios de la canasta básica están al tope, los salarios no suben. Si pusiéramos todo esto en contexto, la verdad estamos en bancarrota las familias. Hagan lo posible por buscar una solución para housing. Una de mis amigas va a ser desalojada en 3 meses. ¿Dónde se va con 7 personas de su familia, incluyendo niños? No hay opciones para ella. No puede ser que esto siga pasando. Pero si es posible, vamos congelando las rentas, 3 meses de alivio. ¿Por qué no? Nos vendría una ayuda magnífica para poder estabilizarnos. Así como han buscado ustedes soluciones con lo de inmigración, también busquemos soluciones para cada familia. Hay mucha necesidad y la necesidad somos los que vivimos en nuestras ciudades de Cela. Si ustedes lo hacen, continuará Carajay, Maywood, Huntington Park. Ustedes son el escalón para que nuestras demás comunidades lo hagan también. Son el ejemplo. Así que por favor, tómense un minuto para pensar lo que les estoy diciendo. Estamos aquí por algo que es necesario, que se paren los desalojos. Y si es posible, que se pare también la renta. Gracias.
Thank you, Lucia. I believe we have any more speakers. City Clerk, can you double check if we have any more speakers for non-agenda items?
No, we do not. Este es el momento si quieren hacer comentarios sobre temas afuera de la agenda. Si no entregaron su tarjeta, lo pueden entregar a este momento. Okay, that's all the cards we have for non-agenda.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Good
Excuse
thing
me.
we asked. Okay, so if anybody wants to make a comment on non-agenda, this would be it. Si alguien quiere hacer un comentario de algo que no se va a discutir en la junta, ese será el momento. Okay?
Okay, that's all we have.
I think we have someone over there.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Mónica Kakimoto. Vivo en Bell Gardens hace 7 años y hasta el momento me he sentido segura, tranquila, contenta, feliz. Pero me ha tocado ver en ese tiempo todo lo que hemos vivido de la pandemia y me pesa mucho ver los homeless. Temas que ya tocaron ahorita mi amiga María Padilla y también Cassandra. Y lo que yo veo que va a suceder es algo muy grave, porque se está volviendo a lo que ya vivimos, ¿verdad? Mucha gente que está teniendo ingresos bajos o que no pueden trabajar por sus miedos o por la realidad que estamos viviendo y también por las bajas en los negocios, que hay gente que le están quitando horas de trabajo, pues van a sufrir de no poder pagar su renta. Y pregunto yo, ¿esta ciudad es una ciudad de ricos? No, ¿verdad? Entonces hay que apoyar a todos los que vivimos aquí, porque somos una ciudad de bajos recursos. Somos la mayoría. Y ya María nos platicó que ayudó a 2 personas, ¿verdad? ¿Cuántas personas más se pueden venir a la calle con todo lo que está pasando? Muchísimas más. Es muy difícil sacarlas de ahí. Es mejor prevenir. ¿Cómo prevenirlo? Como lo dijo Cassandra, ayudando a que las personas no sean desalojadas y que las rentas no sigan subiendo. Pero no nada más por 2 o 3 meses, porque esto apenas está comenzando. Que sea un plan permanente de ayuda a los que realmente la necesitamos, porque es triste, todos lo sabemos, que están levantando a los homeless de la calle, pero ¿por qué los están levantando? Porque va a haber eventos en la ciudad. No los están levantando por piedad. Me pongo chinita al hablar de esto, pero es la verdad, lo sabemos todos. No lo están haciendo por amor a la comunidad. Los policías están levantando a los homeless porque va a haber eventos en la ciudad. Es triste. Y nosotros podemos evitar que esto pase. Ustedes que están en el poder, ustedes que están ahí sentados, yo los admiro mucho, porque yo precisamente no estoy ahí, porque yo sé lo que implica, ya me pasaron cositas, y solamente vengo con mi corazón a decirles que lo que se pueda hacer para prevenir que la gente vaya a vivir a las calles nuevamente, como ya pasamos, es lo mejor que podemos hacer para que después no tengamos otra vez el grave problema. Porque cada homeless que hay en la calle hay una historia detrás. No nada más tenemos miedo de ellos y son gente peligrosa. No. Podemos ser cualquiera de nosotros en circunstancias que nos puedan pasar a cualquiera de nosotros. Gracias.
Mónica. Mónica, antes de que se siente, ahorita la abogada le va a llevar esto para nomás que llenar para que aquí tengamos en el proceso, pues, por decir. Gracias a usted. ¿Alguien más quiere hacer un comentario? Ok. Nomás si nos hace su favor y se presenta.
My name is Maria Montano. I speak both English and Spanish, but I'm going to address the room in Spanish. Yo no vivo aquí en la ciudad de Bell Gardens, yo vivo en la ciudad de Southgate. Fui invitada a este evento por una persona que se llama Mateo, because I participated on a workshop before from the city. Pero la razón por la que estoy aquí es por la situación que está pasando de inmigración. Me hice ciudadana de este país hace 25 años, pero mi aspecto totalmente latina, y tengo mucho miedo salir a la calle. Ahorita estoy desempleada, mi hija acaba de agarrar trabajo, pero la razón por la que estoy aquí también es porque la persona que es dueña de donde vivo está vendiendo la propiedad y estamos tratando de llegar a un acuerdo con ella, pero ella no se presta y esta situación que está pasando con todo lo de migración está afectando aún mucho más nuestra situación y por eso estoy aquí a ver si pudiéramos encontrar opciones. Tengo muchos problemas de salud también y también eso me ha impedido colocarme en un trabajo y no sé, quisiera saber si pudiéramos encontrar opciones. There's another person that lives in the back of the property y ella también está siendo desalojada y sin ninguna opción de nada. y esta persona, mi vecina, tiene niñitas de menos de 18 años. La más chiquita tiene 4 años y la dueña nos está echando a la calle prácticamente sin ninguna consideración de nada. Y era solamente lo que quería informarles a ustedes. Gracias por darme el momento to address you guys. Thank you.
Gracias. Okay. Do we have any more comments, City Clerk?
No, we do not at this time. Yeah, and no one is raising their hand virtually.
Okay. Thank you for that. If there's no objection, we will now move to close public participations for items not listed on the agenda. There's no objection by the members of City Council. I will close public participation for non-agenda items. City Clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation for items listed on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or microphone icon when instructed. We will begin to hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber. And we did receive 19, let me make sure here. Yes, 19 public written comments, and they have been distributed to the full council.
Thank you for that, City Clerk. We do have quite a bit of comments, everybody. I think we're going on close to 40 comments. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to call 3 speakers at a time, and then each speaker is going to get 3 minutes, and then after, right away, the next person will go, and so on and so forth. All right, so if we can get Francisco Bárcena, Mateo Gil, and Elisa Farias. All right, so I think it was Francisco, and then Mateo, and then Elisa.
Hello, council members. My name is Francisco Bárcena, and I'm here to speak against the contract that uses flock technology. This is a country of opportunities, and I come from an immigrant background. But I also know the history that they taught us in high school. So many of you are aware of the atrocities that the United States has been involved in. Sure, we've been the heroes in some occasions, but we've also done a lot of harm to our own people. We had the internment camps where they put Japanese people for many years during World War II. A lot of those people lost their homes and their businesses. There was some solidarity between them and African Americans in Little Tokyo. I saw a documentary about it. But the point is that this country has hurt its own people in many occasions. I usually try not to see the world as a black or white thing, as a good versus evil. But there's a lot going on right now in the world that really does reveal to us the extent of the violence that the system is okay with doing to people. We've seen kids in Palestine and their families being bombed to bits. Their limbs fly in the air, amputations for the kids. How are those kids going to play soccer? How are those kids going to learn to read and write? Well, that kind of violence is to displace them from their homes. And that violence is taking place here in another manner. Those that spoke before me describe the fear that people are living in because they can't find jobs. There aren't job opportunities right now. It's a ghost town. Have you guys seen some of the videos of the swap meets around these communities? Ghost towns. People are afraid to leave their homes. I believe that canceling the flock system and license plate surveillance is the moral thing to do here, because that data is going to be accessible by ICE. It's already happened in other cities. We don't know who accesses this data. The logs that get shared with people are very ambiguous.
Hello, hello. Hello, City Council members. My name is Mateo, community organizer with East Yards. I'm here today because I have a lot of concerns. Some of those concerns include housing. We're here today to ask for an eviction moratorium of 60 days. There's a lot of tenants that are at risk because of the because of the impacts of ICE, and we need the City Council to provide protection so a lot of these tenants don't get displaced and end up on the streets and become brutalized by these very violent systems that we're living in. Beyond an eviction moratorium, we also need a rent freeze on rent increases. Many tenants are only able to pay what they currently can. Any increase, especially for elderly tenants who live on fixed incomes, would surely cause them to be displaced. We're also here today to ask for protections for local businesses, because we know that many tenants work at these local businesses, and many of these local businesses also rely on tenants. It's an interconnected relationship, a very delicate relationship that needs to be maintained in order to foster a healthy economy. And lastly, on the housing issues, we also would like to ask for a non-payment of rent threshold. This is a policy that has already been passed in the city of Los Angeles and has been proven to really protect tenants. Tenants should not be displaced for missing a small amount of rent of $100, $200, but we've seen in the past that landlords would use anything they can to kick tenants out. So these are tenant protections that we need to pass, and I hope that we can do this today. I'm also concerned about the license plate readers. I'm not sure if folks here are on Instagram, but they recently passed this new tool where people can locate you on a map. This is another surveillance tool that is used to surveil and cause more violence in our communities. And by the way, you can turn that off on your app if you haven't already. I highly recommend people do that. These license plate readers are only causing more fear in the community. After being in the community and talking to local businesses, like the compa just shared, it's a ghost town. People are not going out. People are feeling afraid. People don't know who to trust. Having a license plate reader doesn't instill more trust. It causes more fear. So we're here asking folks to not bring that into the community, and we need to invest in more housing, mental health services, and our local businesses. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos los counselors, a la gente, al público. Mi nombre es Elisa Farías y yo vengo a hablar como una madre soltera con 2 trabajos para poder pagar una renta y pues yo quisiera ver si hubiera un control de renta. Cada vez es más alto, $2,000 por 2 recámaras. Yo perdí un trabajo, me quedé con un part-time nada más, entonces muy difícil para mí. Fui al desempleo, no califiqué porque tengo el otro part-time. La renta cada vez me la aumentan más y pues yo hablo por todas las personas personas que son como madres solteras que no tienen un soporte. Yo no quiero ser homeless. Perdón. Yo quisiera que hubiera una ayuda para, pues, que pusieran un control de rentas o una ayuda para esas personas, ¿verdad? Como en mi caso. Tengo una hija con problemas de depresión, medicada, y pues ya cumple los 18 años, pero a través de su depresión no puede conseguir un trabajo. Yo no sé si por mi edad o algo, un año he buscado otro trabajo para complementar la renta y no lo he logrado. Ya estoy ¿cómo se dice?, al borde de la desesperación. Entonces, quisiera ver si con su ayuda, la comprensión, pudieran hacer algo, no nada más solo por mí, por otras personas que están pasando a la misma situación. Muchas gracias.
Okay, I'd like to call up Verónica López, Marta Carrasco y Laura Cortés.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Verónica. Esta es la segunda vez que vengo. Estoy por Comunidades por un Mejor Ambiente y presento un comentario acerca de la moratoria de 60 días para los residentes de Belgarden. Realmente está siendo muy afectada tanto a las personas que rentamos como los dueños de negocios y la comunidad en general. Las redadas de ICE ha venido a causar un impacto emocional, económico y de una sociedad más empobrecida, porque el camino a eso es lo que nos está llevando, la falta de trabajo, la inestabilidad emocional. Cada quien está saliendo con una incertidumbre de ser atacados en el trabajo, de ser atacados en la calle y en el propio hogar. Esto también es un ataque racial. ¿En qué nos hemos convertido? ¿En víctimas de una sociedad que se cree mejor? ¿Quién ha levantado entonces aquí a la ciudad si no somos nosotros quienes con nuestro propio trabajo hemos logrado que crezca? Nos merecemos esto después de tanto trabajo y esfuerzo. Hemos dejado años aquí. Yo individualmente no soy una persona que ocupa fondos federales. Con la frente muy en alto puedo decir que he trabajado y que cada cosa que tengo la he ganado. Ninguno de los que estamos aquí se merece ser ignorado. Ninguno de los que estamos aquí merece ir a parar como hombres indignamente por las amenazas federales. Pedimos al concilio que reconsideren esto, porque se está presentando una crisis cada día más difícil, y no es cuestión de nosotros. Estamos dispuestos a seguir trabajando, siempre y cuando mantengamos la seguridad. Por eso estamos aquí. Pedimos también que consideren, y no es una actitud de pesimismo, pero vamos a entrar en un ciclo escolar para los niños, lo cual va a representar una inseguridad también para ellos, emocional. Exigimos que el concilio considere la moratoria para los residentes de Belgarden. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Carrasco. Yo vivo en el 6823 Granger. Yo vivo aquí, tengo 53 años de estar en esta ciudad y lo que me preocupa a mí y a mis compañeras que están apoyándonos, es el que quieran quitar las cámaras, que para nosotros eso es prevención y ayudar al departamento de policía. Es muy importante que tengamos esas cámaras. Han dicho personas que les ayuda a las, no es conveniente para las personas ilegales, que porque están recibiendo placas y todo eso, pero yo tengo entendido que están rentando vans, diferentes troques para meterse a las ciudades de todas maneras, y ahí se va a seguir haciendo haciendo su trabajo, y y si nos quedamos sin cámara, recuerden, estas redadas van a seguir temporales, ya sea por meses, por un año o por tiempo en que esté este presidente Trump. Siempre hay que pensar muchísimo en las consecuencias antes de firmar decisiones tan importantes como es la seguridad de nuestra gente. Personas, residentes legales, personas no legales, ciudadanos, personas nacidas en este país, lo primordial es nuestra seguridad de nuestra ciudad. Y esa es mi opinión de muchas personas que están aquí en esta tarde acompañándonos. Y si nos quitan las cámaras y pudiera ser posible que ya no nos las quisieran poner, es lo más probable que si nos las quitan ya no nos las vuelvan a poner, es lo que yo tengo entendido. Eso es todo, muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Laura. I am from here, the Tongva lands of Bell Gardens. I'm here to speak on item 11.5. I would like to express my support for an emergency moratorium to protect tenants. As a lifelong Bell Gardens resident, I have been proud to see this city step up legally to protect our immigrant communities at a federal level. I also appreciate all the story updates on Instagram for whoever's doing that. I can go on about how inhumane our communities are being treated, right? Folks have gone at length to talk about this already. But today, I want to focus on celebrating what Bell Gardens is doing and should continue to do by protecting tenants locally in the midst of this great fear happening in our hoods. I want to add that Bell Gardens has been a leader, right? Somebody else mentioned that, right? There's other cities. The Sela cities are so united. We got people from Maywood, from Huntington Park, from Cudahy. We're all in solidarity with each other. Bell Gardens was the first to pass rent control in the Southeast cities. This is important. This is an important city. Y'all can set the tone, and we hope that you set the tone today with the eviction moratorium as well. As a community resident and as a landlord that loves my neighbors and my community, I ask that you please support this moratorium for tenants and small business owners. I'll also add that I am anti-surveillance and support any anti-surveillance that's coming up in 11.6. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Jocelyn Del Real, Keisha Balos, y Melody Cuevas.
Sesha Palos.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Hi, members of the council. My name is Jocelyn Del Real. I am a lifelong Bell Gardens resident, and I'm here in solidarity to urge the council to vote on an emergency eviction moratorium and to use all of the tools at your disposal to protect our community. As we know, our communities have been threatened and harmed by the recent attacks and kidnappings by ICE. These raids put families at greater risk of housing instability and eviction because of the fear that folks experience and the impacts that this has on their livelihoods, as y'all have been hearing. Declaring an emergency moratorium can allow for more resources. It can allow for emergency housing funds, for legal aid, and again, for a moratorium on eviction for the affected families, all of these things that can help mitigate this crisis. It is a council's responsibility to protect its residents, regardless of immigration status, especially when federal actions threaten their fundamental right to housing and safety. There's so many fears and uncertainty that this administration has brought upon us, and so give your community some respite and pass this emergency moratorium. And on the same topic of state surveillance, don't allow for the license plate readers proposed in the next item. We cannot claim to be opposed to state violence and fear tactics, while at the same time enable another form through license plate readers in the city. Please don't entertain this contract in the next item, and remember instead the people here who you are accountable to. Thank you again for your time, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Buenas noches, concejales. Me llamo Sasha Palos y he sido residente de Belgarnes desde el 2006. Vine aquí para exigirle a ustedes a votar para una moratoria de emergencia. Como mucha gente ha estado hablando, la gente tiene miedo, la gente, la economía está sufriendo. Ahorita yo estoy haciendo alcance a diferentes negocios locales y mucha gente dice que ha perdido mucho negocio, que han estado vacíos los negocios, sobre todo los mom and pop shops, y creo que si es que en realidad vamos a estar aquí apoyándonos unos a los otros, tenemos que considerar esto. No solamente está afectando la salud mental de la gente, el hecho de la instabilidad de hogares, también está afectando la economía. Entonces quería mencionar eso, y aparte también quería agregar que yo también estoy apoyando, o no apoyando, apoyando la anti-surveillance. Yeah, thank you. I yield my time.
Hello, my name is Melody, and I was raised in Southeast Los Angeles and have the privilege of serving Bell Gardens through organizing efforts with California Latinas. Today, I am here to urge the council to suspend its contract with Flock Group, or more specifically, suspend the use of automated license plate readers in Bell Gardens. ALPRs are extremely dangerous. I never heard of them before until they were violently used to carry out raids in Los Angeles. Many people think they are just cameras that take pictures of plates, but that's the furthest from truth. ALPRs create extremely detailed digital records of every vehicle's location, time, and movement. This data is then stored in a massive database that leaves the backdoor open for multiple agencies like ICE to access. While there may have been good intentions for the use of this technology with BGPD, our intentions do not secure our safety, especially as this technology is now being used as a mechanism to find and deport immigrants. As many of you have seen, our communities have not been the same since June. The streets are empty and shallow. Many of our programs were even suspended because we do not want to jeopardize our community's safety. The psyche of this community is deeply disturbed and interrupted, and the continuation of LPRs would continue with such disfigurement. While ALPRs were used then with good intentions, we must now shift to suspend if we want to prioritize the well-being of our community members. From a reproductive justice standpoint, the right to raise children in safe, secure, and loving environments means protecting families from violent disruption. ALPRs do the exact opposite. They feed a system that criminalizes immigrant communities and tears apart our dignity and autonomy. Surveillance is not safety. Families deserve protection, and ALPRs do exact opposite. Please continue your stance in supporting our communities through this violent state we are living in. I also wanted to say that I also support the rent moratorium. As someone who has worked with Unión de Vecinas and has seen the amazing activism that a lot of leaders in this community do and have supported in the past, Bell Gardens has continuously been just a pivotal person and community for the Southeast Los Angeles area. The fact that y'all were the first to pass rent control and then started a spiral is really amazing, and I hope that you can continue to support the efforts that you have been doing. I really appreciate the food distributions that you have set up, and I appreciate all the efforts that you give and time and consideration for community members. It's been a privilege just to work with y'all, and I just really hope that you do consider suspending the license plate contract and also passing the rent moratorium. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to call up Richard Jarman, Maria Padilla, Jasmine Gonzalez.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and City staff. It's good to see you all. My name is Richard Jarman. I'm the pastor of Touchpoint Church in Bell Gardens. We've been serving this community for the past 87 years and continue to do so. And I'm here to speak tonight against the renewal and for the canceling of the contract for the automated license plate readers. It needs to end. It needs to stop. We're not talking about solving crime here. According to a California State Auditor's Office study, over 99.9% of plate scans were not linked to any kind of investigation at all. They are stored, the data is stored for years, it's shared broadly, and it's guarded poorly, which creates a mass surveillance dragnet of everyday people. Vendors routinely share, or at least they have access to, this data across jurisdictions, including federal agencies like ICE, and we've seen this information used in cities all around us, and it cannot happen here in Bell Gardens. ALPRs can and do give false readings. There have been cases in various places in the country saying that where people have been stopped mistakenly, and it's resulted in police stops with guns drawn against innocent people. Ninth District Court of Appeals has said that ALPR data should not be used alone to make stops. And we can't do it here. These systems record visits to clinics, to places of worships, to protests, and these are fundamental civic and personal spaces that people should not fear being tracked just for seeking care, just for worshiping, and just for speaking freely. It's a matter of justice, and it is a matter of rights. And finally, there's no solid evidence that ALPRs reduce crime, especially violent crime, but they cost thousands of dollars, and that money should be used to prevent crime and to make our cities safer. Surveillance does not equal safety. So I want to urge you today to void this contract, to cancel, and to move on with things that will cause the city to be safer. Thank you.
Bueno, pues mi nombre es María Padilla, gracias por permitirme nuevamente participar. Pues yo ahorita quiero compartir dos temas que vienen en la agenda, el 11.5 y 11.6, y pues no sé por cuál empezar, los dos van de la mano. Uno nos afecta en la situación como lo acaba de explicar el pastor, en la vigilancia. Con esto no quiere decir que el departamento de policía no nos apoye, porque el jefe de policía ha ido a cada una de nuestras iglesias, ha manifestado el apoyo que tenemos de ellos para con estas situaciones de las redadas, pero sí es muy importante todas estas estadísticas que trajo el pastor ahorita, de saber que nos están vigilando. La junta anterior, creo que ustedes cuestionaron al jefe de policía y él nos dio más o menos un detallado de qué significa esta empresa y qué es el trabajo que hace con el departamento de policía, y que en determinado momento si hay cuestión de que federalmente les pidan los datos, se los tienen que entregar. Entonces yo me pongo a pensar si ahorita están violando nuestros derechos que están escritos en la Constitución. ¿Ustedes creen que no pueden violar una empresa pidiéndoles los datos que tienen de nosotros? Yo no había identificado las cámaras y solamente un pequeño trayecto de la Cage a la Emil, yo ahí detecté ya 2 cámaras que todos los días yo paso por ahí no sé cuántas veces, y todas esas veces me está detectando el movimiento. Entonces yo sí solicito a ustedes como concejales que hagan un alto a este servicio, o aunque sea temporal, o buscarle una manera. Sé que es una herramienta muy buena para el departamento de policía, que hace un excelente trabajo. No quiere decir que al pedir que se cancele esta situación sea que el departamento está colaborando con ICE, no, sino que simplemente estamos buscando la seguridad en nuestra comunidad mientras estamos en este conflicto, ¿verdad? Ahora con lo de la vivienda, estamos como hace unos años atrás cuando estábamos buscando el control de rentas. La situación de la comunidad, estamos viviendo situaciones muy difíciles porque ya lo han dicho aquí, no lo voy a repetir: la falta de trabajo, la economía, la salud mental, el que estemos preocupados por qué va a pasar con la renta y todo eso. Sí pedimos al Consejo Municipal que tomen en cuenta esta moratoria de 60 días para las rentas, para poder tener por lo menos un respiro en lo que vemos que está pasando, qué va a pasar en el futuro con nuestras comunidades que estamos siendo atacadas por esta situación de racismo, porque yo no lo veo de otra manera, y aquí ya no es nada más si tienes papeles o no, están llevándose a todos. Entonces esas 2 peticiones traigo esta noche: la moratoria y lo del flat. Y gracias al Departamento de Policía porque siempre está apoyándonos y cuidando nuestra seguridad.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Jasmine Gonzalez, and I'm a community stability organizer with East Yard. I want to speak on item 11.5. I'm urging the council to vote on a 60-day emergency moratorium for evictions. It would be cool if it would include a rent increase freeze as well as rental assistance. I've witnessed firsthand the anxiety of a community not being able to pay their rent, and being the head of the household, that brings a lot of stress, immense fear, and immense trauma for whole families. I've had community members from Caracol and the city of Bell Gardens tell me about their fears of having to just go to work because of the ICE raids, right? And having to be on having to look up the news to make sure that where they are in the area for work is not being raided by ICE, and it's unfair, right? I've also been able to support some tenants with rental assistance that have not been able to pay due to the ICE raids, but I've also had to tell tenants that there's no rental assistance, that rental assistance is frozen. And this is why I think it's really important for city leaders to take action and create the community stability that we need and keep people housed. So once again, I'm here to urge the council to vote on a 60-day emergency moratorium for evictions, but also I wanted to speak on item 11.6. I'm against community surveillance and oppose the ALPRs. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Cassandra, Aida Vega, y Wendy Ávila.
Bueno, nuevamente estoy aquí. Pues igual, mis compañeros creo que ya lo dijeron todo. El pastor con sus palabras igual nos dio una clara explicación, ¿verdad?, de lo que está pasando con esto de la información que se puede desviar y que puede ser peligrosa para nosotros como residentes de aquí de esta ciudad de Bell Gardens. Sé que varias ciudades ya han parado con esto, así que pues estén ustedes, ¿verdad?, que den ese voto a favor. Por mi parte, pues es una forma más de darme cuenta que este concilio está a favor de nuestra comunidad, de nuestra gente, que están entendiendo lo que estamos pasando, que de viva voz ustedes lo han visto y se dan cuenta de lo que estamos viviendo. En cuestión de la 1105, pues igual, ya lo había dicho anteriormente, el que pasen esto, lo aprueben, creo que nos va a beneficiar a muchos residentes. Sé que no es fácil, sé que muchos se van a oponer, pero solamente es un respiro para mucha gente que está pasando esto. Anteriormente les comuniqué de mi amiga Lili, de la cual es miembro todavía de la Unión de Vecinas, al igual que yo, que durante 3 años luchamos para que se aprobara un control de renta. Increíble la situación que esté pasando ella, donde está siendo desalojada. Prácticamente ya le dieron el eviction para 3 meses. Si esto no se aprueba, no sé dónde va a quedar ella. No sé dónde va a estar con sus nietos, con su hijo, con su nuera. ¿A dónde se van a ir? Son de bajos recursos. Tanto luchó y vino aquí a la ciudad para pedir justicia de vivienda y darme cuenta que le vienen estos papeles, pues no es nada fácil. Como amiga, como compatriota, como vecina, no solamente es ella, son también personas que viven en la Chul, en los apartamentos de la Chul, donde nos hablan y les están subiendo la renta hasta el 11%. Como miembro de la Unión de Vecinas, lo único que me queda es mandarlos aquí a la ciudad. Pero cuando me doy cuenta, 2 de esas familias fueron desalojadas. Se cansaron de pelear. Estén ustedes que se haga algo y se haga ya y se termine ese contrato. Parado de las cámaras. Gracias.
Hola, buenas tardes a concejales. Gracias por su trabajo, por apoyar a nuestra comunidad. Se admira su trabajo. Mi nombre es Aida Vega. Soy residente del sureste de Los Ángeles. Soy inquilina. Hay mucha necesidad y dificultades en nuestra comunidad. Todas las familias con o sin documentos estamos en riesgo de desalojos. Los residentes enfrentamos discriminación racial, estamos pasando muchas dificultades económicas. Pido por favor a todos los concejales votar por un moratorio de emergencia de 60 días para desalojos, para proteger a nuestra comunidad, incluyendo a los inquilinos, dueños y a la comunidad en general. Estas redadas impiden a las personas que vayamos a trabajar y afecta a todas nuestras comunidades en Cela. Nuestras familias viven con miedo de ser secuestrados, de ser perseguidos. No tenemos seguridad de caminar a nuestras escuelas, a nuestras iglesias, a nuestras bibliotecas, a nuestros supermarkets, a nuestras clínicas, a nuestros hospitales, otros lugares públicos. Este tiempo es muy difícil, necesitamos su apoyo. de todos nuestros líderes locales como ustedes y pueden pasar esta moratoria para desalojos de emergencia. De esta manera se reconocería la gravedad de esta crisis y brindar a Bell Garden tener herramientas y recursos necesarios para proteger a nuestros residentes. Estos tiempos difíciles deben de actuarse ahora para que no haya problemas mayores, para que no haya gente viviendo en las calles desprotegidos. Pedimos por favor que apoyen y protejan a nuestras comunidades y muchas gracias por escucharme.
Hi everyone, my name is Wendy and I'm with Communities for a Better Environment, and I want to bring attention to families and businesses that are struggling in our communities, but especially here in the city of Bell Gardens. A great amount of residents are renters, and we hope that the City Council can prioritize housing protections so folks and also small businesses are protected from displacement. People shouldn't have to pick between making rent and paying basic necessities. We want you to pass an eviction moratorium for 60 days, and then after the 60 days to reevaluate to see how much it needs to get extended. And then also have a rent freeze to make sure that that there's strong tenant protections in times of economic hardship and community crisis, which is right now. Standing with working class renters and small businesses who are facing the threat of displacement is what the city of Bell Gardens should be doing. We want you to commit to keep our community housed and safe. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Ozzy Orozco, Valerie Reyes, and Janet Preciado Vargas.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Ozzy Orozco. I'm with Communities for a Better Environment, and today I'm here to speak in support of y'all enacting an eviction moratorium. Our communities have been under attack since, well, they've been under deep attack since June, but this isn't anything new. Our communities have actually been under attack for a pretty long time. Although I'm not from Bell Gardens, I did spend a lot of time here growing up as a kid. I have some of my childhood best friends lived in the area, so I would visit pretty often. And I distinctly remember that the majority of the members of their family were undocumented. So there was always this like background level of fear that their family would be torn apart at any moment. And I really remember feeling that fear growing up for them because I spent so much time around them. They had a house right across the street from Ford Park, which is like really close to the river. It's a really nice little spot. I remember having a really, really nice time with those folks. And although I haven't really talked to them in a couple of years, I still fear for their families. I fear for families in my community. I fear for the people all around me who haven't been able to find work, who haven't been able to make ends meet because these ICE raids have had a 50% impact on the local economy in Southeast LA. I think it just makes sense for y'all to pass an eviction moratorium. I think that it would set a really good precedent for all of Southeast LA if y'all were to do this. Y'all can be the blueprint, and I believe in y'all. I believe in us, and I believe in our community. And I think that we should really come together in these times to push back against the fascist regime that's taking over our country and that's been taking over our country. I think we have a really good opportunity to make a big change. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Valerie Reyes. I grew up a resident of Bell and Bell Gardens for the majority of my childhood, and I'm coming here to speak on Agenda Item 11.5 and 11.6. I'm really requesting that you guys pass a 60-day emergency moratorium on evictions. Living here personally during my childhood, my parents worked many jobs, and even then we still lived in garages and accessory dwelling units. We faced so much housing insecurity, and now during this time when people are afraid to even go out and work because they might be ripped away from their families, especially also if they're being surveilled every time they leave to go to work, to go drop off their kid to school, every time they have to go grocery shopping. You know, I can't even imagine what they're going through this time. You've heard it firsthand from the people here. You've heard it from the people online as well. And I feel you all have seen it. And it feels like there's no sanctuary here in the city. Thank you so much for all you've done, but the least we can do now is not only provide people with housing security during this time, but also ensure them that they don't have to be in a constant state of survival, of surveillance, of feeling like there's not a single corner in this world where they can go without being watched. Please, I ask you that you take into consideration everything that these people have gone through during the summer, being part of various mutual aid efforts and community initiatives that deliver groceries and resources to the residents of Bell Garden. I've seen firsthand how afraid people are to leave their homes. I'm not sure if any of you have experienced this, but it is such an extreme fear to not even want to go out and buy groceries and have somebody drop it off at the front of your doorstep and not even want to open the door. So I really urge you that you please take consideration of your residents, of the people that uphold this city, of who work every corner of the city. You've honored here today this business, these people. You've honored the way that they supported working people. So I ask that you please provide sanctuary and safety for these people as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Janeth Preciado Vargas, and I am a Southeast LA youth organizer with Communities for a Better Environment. I am here submitting public comment today to urge the council members to declare a state of emergency to protect all Bell Gardens renters, business owners, and the community at large. As an organizer, I have had the opportunity to engage with members of the community during some of the scariest times of their lives. Almost 85% of Sela residents are Latino, putting them at risk of racial profiling and kidnapping that can uproot their entire lives and that of their families. Our street vendors, our day laborers, our neighbors are staying indoors, blinds drawn. Our streets, while once lively, are now quiet and empty, and more than ever, community is relying on each other to survive these times. Even when expressing gratitude for community care, I can hear the stress in folks' voice from the weight of the fear. Fear of making their way to work, fear of being in their place of work and being raided by ICE, fear while making their way home, and fear that once they are home, there will be a knock on the door that can change everything. Increased surveillance during these times of turmoil is irresponsible and not consistent with the needs of our community. For that reason, I ask the council to terminate the contract for automated license plate readers. Please ensure that the city does not allow any more tools that can put their residents at risk. For many, folks' homes are the only sense of comfort that they have. And for all of us, it is a necessity. With folks not going to work, being unable to pay for necessities like groceries and rent, we will be facing imminent housing crises that will lead to widespread displacement and homelessness if not addressed immediately. Declaring an eviction moratorium and rent freeze would acknowledge the severity of this crisis and provide the city with the necessary tools and resources to protect our most vulnerable. Please stand with your constituents and take this vital step to safeguard our community. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call up Monica Kakimoto, Grace Estrella Saucedo, and Maya H.
Buenas tardes otra vez. Bueno, lo de las cámaras, quiero tomar ese tema porque yo creo que es muy importante la seguridad de nosotros, pero yo no estoy segura de que esa información sea utilizada para lo que está comentando el pastor. Esa es una pregunta para ustedes. Si realmente eso va a pasar o no, porque también esas cámaras están ahí para cuidar la seguridad de todos los habitantes de la ciudad. Y yo tengo dudas. Sinceramente, yo no estoy a favor de que quiten el servicio de las cámaras. Si realmente yo estuviera segura de que va a usar esa información ICE para dañar a toda mi gente, entonces sí. Pero ¿quién puede asegurar eso? Entonces ahí lo dejo, ¿verdad? Gracias.
again, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Grace Estrella Saucedo. I am also with Communities for a Better Environment. I am a housing outreach lead all over LA County, and our office is in Huntington Park, the Cella region. So I just want to commend you for putting this, the 60-day moratorium on your agenda. And you can see there's lots of community support. And it's something that's really vital and really needed for our communities. It does bring bad COVID flashbacks of when people weren't able to work, people weren't able to provide for their families, but only this time there's an added trauma of our communities being targeted. And so this will really alleviate a lot of housing insecurity that people are having. And I really think it's a great idea. And if you guys lead the example for other Cella cities, it's wonderful. So I really hope that you vote and pass the 60-day moratorium because it's good for the residents, good for small businesses, and I really commend that. And I also want to, now since I'm here, also say that I am opposed to using the license plate readers. I did tell you guys last time, but I want to also show my support for that because we don't need another tool that's going to keep our communities in fear. Thank you so much, and vote yes on passing the, the moratorium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya. I'm also with Communities for a Better Environment. I'm submitting a comment to urge the council members to vote on an emergency moratorium for evictions and protect our communities, such as renters, business owners, and the community at large. These raids are not just a matter of immigration enforcement, they are a direct attack on the stability and well-being of our entire city. Families are living in constant fear, and passing an emergency moratorium, rent freeze, and also rental assistance would acknowledge the severity of this crisis and provide Bell Gardens with the necessary tools and resources to protect our most vulnerable residents. We must act proactively to prevent further devastation. So if you can please stand with your constituents and take this vital step to safeguard our community. And I am also against the license plate readers. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Honey Bizarro, Carlos Aguilara, and Rosemary Zayas.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Honey Bizarro, and I am requesting a 60-day emergency moratorium for evictions. According to LA Times, as of August 7th, ICE and CBP have violently committed 4,163 kidnappings in Los Angeles County. Our community is on lockdown. This devastation has left our children without their parents, caregivers, and siblings. ICE stole our people from their places of business, from work, our whole world, and the people our youth financially depend on, taken. Without this moratorium, mass evictions will lead to our people even more vulnerable to ICE raids. Please keep our community safe and housed, because these raids are not just a matter of immigration enforcement, it's a direct attack on our housing stability and furthers gentrification in our community. I beg of you, please place a 60-day moratorium. I would also like to ask for non-payment of rent threshold, better protections for our local businesses, and to end the ALPR contract. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rosemary, and I'm a youth organizer with Communities for a Better Environment. We focus on environmental health and social justice and help lots of community members in all parts of Southeast LA. I also come from a family of 13. Yes, 13. So I have also spent a lot of time here with my family in Bell Gardens. I want to speak on item 11.5. Eviction moratoriums are one of the things this council can do. It's in your power to do the right thing. I have personally benefited from rent protections and eviction moratoriums during COVID. Lots of our members actually did. We saw these protections during the wildfires for those communities affected, and now more than ever, we need these protections. People are not safe in the communities you serve. They're dealing with toxicity and contamination on their yards, ICE banging on their doors, or kidnapping them when they go grab their mail. I know people living in their car because they were evicted. I know people choosing between feeding their kids, paying the light bill, or buying school supplies because they cannot afford all of that, along with these ridiculous rent prices. In regard to surveillance, there's a reason ICE agents and wannabe ICE agents cover up their faces and use unmarked cars. There's a reason they don't want us tracking their license plates and getting all of their general information and metadata. Gathering intel on people is dangerous, and this is exactly the position we are putting people in when we try to surveil them in this way. For the person who spoke earlier on needing video proof, our rapid response networks can do that, but the proof is in the faces of everyone here today telling you this is bad, it's bad news. We should focus more on stopping these kidnappings from happening in the first place. I also want to add, beyond my actual job as an organizer, I'm also spending a lot of time volunteering, doing extra work every single day, helping people who are having a lot of trouble right now, getting phone calls day and night about people terrified, scared about paying rent, asking for help, having to throw fundraisers. We can't keep up like this. We need more protections. We need more support. We need city councils to step up, and I really hope that this city council can pave the way. We're gonna keep coming to these meetings. We're gonna keep pushing hard. And shout out to everyone who's here today. I recognize a lot of people. I see you all in a lot of spaces together, and I think, I hope this is more of a collective message to all of you that we need to do more. We need more. Organizations cannot keep up. We're not, keeping up with grants, especially with everything going on in the federal government. So I just really want to uplift that, we need rent moratoriums, eviction moratoriums, and more protections for tenants, which most of the people here are tenants. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Irma Vargas, Ana Mendez, Irma Lopez. So again, it'd be Irma Vargas, Ana Mendez, and Irma Lopez.
Buenas tardes, pues yo soy Irma López, soy la tercera, pero pues veo que nadie se acerca. Buenas tardes, concilio de Bell Gardens. Soy Irma López, vivo en la ciudad de Carajay y estoy aquí representando a CBE, ISYAR, la organización de Tour, COFEM, SAGE, entre muchas. Pero primero que nada vengo representando a esas familias que no pueden estar aquí por miedo a que las deporten, a que sean detenidas, por miedo a quedarse sin vivienda, por miedo a vivir en la calle. Es bien lamentable y triste lo que estamos viviendo en nuestras ciudades. Cela es una de las ciudades más vulnerables de toda California. Entonces, lo que estamos viviendo realmente es lamentable. Y yo vengo apoyando la moratoria de 60 días, pero como ustedes son un concilio bien consciente, ustedes van a apoyar a toda su comunidad terminándose esa moratoria de 60 días de moratoria de emergencia, de desalojo. Ustedes se preocupan por su comunidad y van a postergarla más, ¿verdad? Yo confío en eso. Digan sí a la moratoria de 60 días. También recuerden que la vivienda es un derecho humano, todos tenemos derecho a vivir en una vivienda. Es bien triste, ahorita que venía por La Clara y volteo hacia el Bicycle Casino y veo los homeless que viven ahí, es lamentable, es triste. Es muy triste y digo, wow, ¿qué más tenemos que hacer para que eso no suceda? Para que pongan más apoyo a esas personas que están sin vivienda, más programas para que ellos tengan una vida digna, ¿verdad? Ustedes lo tienen en sus manos. Por favor, hagan algo, aprueben esta moratoria, hagan algo por sus personas, por sus residentes que viven en la calle. Estamos solidarios, yo soy su vecina, ustedes son un parteaguas en el control de rentas de mi ciudad, lo logramos gracias a ustedes que nos pusieron el ejemplo. Bendito Dios, lo logramos, luchamos, seguimos el ejemplo de ustedes. Su ritmo de trabajo, todo lo hicimos igual que ustedes. Bendito Dios, tenemos el control de rentas. Pero ustedes son un ejemplo, sigan poniendo el ejemplo a sus comunidades vecinas, a Paramount, a todas las ciudades, Bell, Huntington Park. Los necesitamos, de verdad. Aprueben, digan sí a esta moratoria de 60 días, esperando que la posterguen, ¿verdad? Depende cómo vaya la situación en cuanto a estas redadas que estamos viviendo. Hay muchas familias, me incluyo, con miedo. Ahorita yo venía, digo, creo que aquí no me va a pasar nada. Si llegan el hielo, pues nos van a proteger, digo yo. Entonces, yo vivo en miedo, mi familia también, mis vecinos. Invité a mucha gente a que viniera. Me dijeron no, por miedo. Gracias.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ana Mendez, and I am here to urge the council members to vote on an emergency moratorium for evictions. This is an urgent need for the community. Southeast LA is under attack. I come from the city of Linwood, and I am here to support this moratorium because in my city, there is a community member whose husband was deported. She is a mother of 3 children, ages 16, 9, and 6 years old. On a Saturday morning, a group of 12 ICE agents came to her home demanding her husband come out. They held guns and tried to break down the gate. Her family was absolutely terrified. Her 16-year-old son had to come outside to confront the agents. His father, out of fear, had to go ahead and comply and turn himself in. This was so sudden. His family was now all alone. He was the sole provider of his family, and she was left alone with her kids to figure it all out. She had to find legal counsel for her husband and didn't hear from him in days. Unfortunately, her world stopped, but life goes on. The landlord demanded he pay her rent and constantly harassed her verbally. She owed a total of $3,500, and it doubled to $7,000 for rent. That is absolutely ridiculous. This is only one of the cases that is actually happening all over Los Angeles. I want to remind city officials that you work for the community. We do the work to make sure that our community members feel comfortable enough to express their needs. Therefore, I urge you to listen to what our community actually needs, and this is it. You have the power to invest and protect the immigrant community. Please pass an emergency moratorium for evictions. By passing a moratorium, you are making a huge difference and setting the blueprint for other cities to follow. This moratorium would acknowledge the severity of this crisis. There are assistance programs that you can offer, as mentioned, such as a rent freeze, non-payment thresholds, and protections for local businesses. There's always a way to help. Please stand with community. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Catalina Hernandez, Meli M., Lydia Aguilar. Again, that was Catalina Hernandez, Meli M., and Lydia Aguilar.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Catalina Hernández, soy residente de Bell Gardens y antes que nada quiero felicitar a sus padres por hacer un trabajo excelente, porque gracias a sus padres ustedes están aquí enfrente representando a la comunidad, porque todos somos parte de la comunidad y estamos abogando por la comunidad y estamos ahorita analizando el punto 11.5 sobre la moratoria para viviendas accesibles y paro de renta, ¿sí? Estamos abogando también para tener en toda la comunidad de Los Ángeles viviendas accesibles, pero eso creo que está al revés. Sí se hacen las viviendas accesibles, pero se está oyendo de desalojos cada vez más y más y más. Entonces, ¿para quiénes son las viviendas accesibles? ¿Para nuevos residentes que vienen de fuera? No entiendo la lógica, ¿verdad? Entonces, tenemos que aclarar ese punto. Viviendas accesibles y alza de rentas. Una renta, 2.500, 2 recámaras, 2.500 de depósito, un depósito primero y un depósito al último. Y los trabajos, muchos trabajos ahorita, con todos los de la redada, los ciudadanos, los inquilinos, todos están espantados. El 11 de septiembre fue horrible, en la pandemia fue terrible, ¿sí? La comunidad vive espantada. También otro punto que quiero aclarar sobre la vigilancia, la privacidad. Ya no vamos a tener privacidad, ya no vamos a poder seguir conduciéndonos a los parques. Ahora vamos a estar siendo monitoreados por nuestras placas de los carros. Hay que tener en cuenta, hay que reflexionar. Somos la comunidad, todos nos necesitamos, ¿sí? Nosotros como consumidores y los empresarios. Somos una comunidad y esa comunidad forma el país. Tenemos que trabajar de la mano. Ese es mi comentario. Gracias por escucharme, gracias por darme la oportunidad de dar mi opinión. Gracias.
Good evening, council members. My name is Meli Macedo. I was born and raised in Southeast LA, a very proud community member. I am also a mental health professional, a profession made possible by my immigrant family. And I am deeply, deeply disturbed by the attacks on our immigrant communities here in Sela. I am so proud to be from Sela. Sela is beautiful, full of rich culture, beautiful people, and we cannot deny that that culture was brought by our immigrant community. The fact and the idea that we are going to accept that beautiful culture that has been ingrained into our communities and then dispose of our immigrant communities is disgusting to me. And I'm here to, sorry, I'm getting emotional, but to discuss item 11.5 for the 60-day eviction moratorium. I have worked in human services for many years. I have worked for the emergency rental assistance program. I have worked in Skid Row. I have seen the devastating effects homelessness has on people of all ages, elders, children, adults. And I urge you to please, please pass this eviction moratorium. You are our first line of defense. The community is here talking to you, trying to have a conversation with you, to listen to us, actively listen to us, please. You are our first line of defense against these attacks. The community is going to come and we are going to be present for each other, but we need you as well. I am also going to speak on item 11.6 against the surveillance, the license plate readers. I went to Southgate High School, and in Southgate High School I read 1984. I know maybe some of you have read it as well. And when I reading that, I thought, that'll never happen. And now we're living it. And please, please, please think about that. Go home today, reflect on our words, sit and really sit with this information, you know, and do the right thing, be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a concejales. Mi nombre es Lidia Aguilar. Yo estoy acá para no repetir lo que ya han dicho infinidad de mis compañeras y amistades y conocidos y la comunidad, yo estoy acá para decirles que en ustedes está el poder de aprobar o desaprobar todo lo que necesita la comunidad, porque gracias a la comunidad ustedes están sentados en estas sillas. Yo pienso que es tiempo justo para que ustedes devuelvan el favor que les hizo la comunidad de elegirlos a ustedes acá, porque si la comunidad no los hubiera elegido, no hubiera votado por ustedes, recuérdense, ustedes no estuvieran acá. Así que todos necesitamos de todos, ¿verdad? Entonces, es justo y necesario y oportuno que ustedes tomen la mejor decisión en favor de la comunidad, no solamente para la vivienda, sino también para los atropellos que ha estado haciendo ICE, solamente por ver si las personas tienen el perfil racial latino, porque ellos no se van a donde están las comunidades europeas, de los otros diferentes países, ¿verdad? Entonces, en ustedes está el poder, ¿verdad? Así es que les agradezco y espero en Dios que tomen la mejor decisión, que la conciencia les remuerda qué es lo mejor que pueden ustedes hacer por la comunidad, que la comunidad es la que los eligió a ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
I'd like to call up Jazz, Gabriel Ortega y Laura Gracia.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jazz, resident of Cela and member of formal board member of California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, member of East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice, and lastly, proud member of the Community Self-Defense Coalition. In regards to item 11.6, ICE and Border Patrols use cities' automated license plate readers to illegally track, detain, and deport community members. The community knows that. The right to parent children in safe and sustainable communities is a pivotal tenet to reproductive justice. The ALPR gives ICE the tools to violently harm and tear families apart, creating a hostile environment to start care for families. The ALPR and ICE's existence are inhumane and go against reproductive justice values, but most importantly, CELA values. We community asked Bell Garden City Council to end its current LPR contract, now to protect residents all across Cela. And lastly, yes to the eviction moratorium, and yes to the rent increase freeze. Families are in fear of the infamous public charge. They are foregoing going to medical appointments, foregoing on getting their much needed medication that is, and children are foregoing on doing what they need to do, that is play. Play is important developmentally. The pandemic has proved that to us. How's the community? You have a huge responsibility on your hands, and I honestly feel you can rise to the occasion because you have. Gracias.
Hello, good evening. My name is Laura. I'm a legal advocate with Communities for a Better Environment. We urge you to declare a state of emergency to protect tenants, business owners, and the Bell Gardens community at large. You need to pass an eviction moratorium for at least 60 days. The ICE raids are a direct attack on the stability and well-being of the entire city, and we need bold leadership like we've seen from Bell Gardens to protect residential and commercial tenants from potential eviction and consider the economic hardship and credible fear of being arbitrarily or unjustly detained by ongoing ICE raids. And I'll repeat the arbitrarily detained, economic hardship. Those are all the key words that we need to push as we're doing this eviction moratorium. The best method to protect community members is by really adopting blanket protections to all potential evictions. The situation is creating an imminent housing crisis that will lead to widespread displacement and homelessness if it's not addressed immediately. As I said, you all have been really bold in passing rent control, but the existing and current rent control that you all have in place is not sufficient for the current moment. For example, in the RSO, a tenant who cannot pay a rent increase, it opens them up for potential eviction. This defeats the purpose of the RSO. And as folks are saying, they are facing economic hardship. So even if the landlord is raising the amount of whatever they're available to do, in this moment, people are scared to go to work. And so the RSO is insufficient, and we need a real blanket eviction moratorium. We need to act proactively to prevent further devastation. And then, so please pass an eviction moratorium. And then separately, also, I am opposed to ALPRs. They pose a significant threat to our communities. And there was a member who was like, how do we know that this is actually being used against community members? In 2023, 71 cities leaked information about potential migrants to ICE and CBP. This was illegal, and yet it was still something that was done. So there is a possibility of this information being passed to federal and out-of-state agencies, and thereby increasing risk of potential people being picked up and being criminalized. So yeah, don't support ALPRs. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Emmanuel Carrera Ruedas and then María Morales.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Emmanuel Carrera Ruedas, soy residente aquí de Cela. Y vino hoy para expresar mi agradecimiento con la ciudad para tomar pasos y por ser firme en la posición de ICE en nuestras comunidades. Y también por su transparencia, por medios de social media y otras cosas, de veras enseñando lo que está haciendo la ciudad. Y pues también vine para hablar sobre 11.5 y 11.6. Han habido muchos comentarios sobre todas las razones, pero yo quiero hablar sobre esto desde el punto de vista de la educación. Nuestras comunidades están siendo atacadas, nuestras escuelas están empezando a abrirse y nuestros niños merecen espacios donde pueden acceder a la educación sin temor a ser seguidos o ser desalojados. Insisto al Consejo al discutir esos puntos, a que tomen en cuenta el contexto del momento. Debemos hacer todo lo posible para prevenir otra pandemia donde nuestros niños se quedan encerrados y son atrasados en el aprendizaje del idioma y en conectarse entre sí mismos y para construir un sentido de comunidad. Espero que el resultado de estas discusiones lleve a dos cosas. Primero, que una ordenanza de emergencia se establezca, una moratoria de 60 días para desalojos. Segundo, la cancelación del contrato con Flock Group, ya que crea una sensación de vigilancia dentro de nuestras comunidades. Como sabemos, la familia a la cual explotaron la puerta de Huntington Park fue arrestada a millas desde su residencia, en su lugar de trabajo. ¿Y cómo supieron que estaba ahí? Y la realidad es que no sabemos y nunca sabremos. Pero si lo que podemos hacer es tomar medidas para que ni siquiera tengan la oportunidad de usar nuestros dólares de impuestos para sus propios intereses sadísticos. Y también, si ya no están convencidos de eso, para terminar el contrato con Flock Group, ellos son los fundadores de Flock Group, son Founders Fund y Andreessen Horowitz, que tienen inversiones privadas en compañías en Israel y en fabricaciones de armas, que se están usando para el genocidio en Palestina. O sea que hoy insisto al Consejo que tome pasos para desinvertir en el miedo y la violencia y que tome acciones para que nuestras comunidades puedan plantar sus semillas aquí en esta ciudad y formar un jardín, como somos Bell Gardens, que se planta un jardín. Gracias.
Buenas noches, querida familia, que son todos ustedes. Buenas noches, querida familia, que son todos ustedes, ¿verdad? Que somos de aquí, de nuestra comunidad. Estoy aquí porque quisiera, ¿verdad? Quisiera ver todo esto florecer, como el jardín que esperamos ver aún a la salida de nuestra puerta de la casa. Pero lamentablemente somos tantos de tantas ideas y tantas cosas. escuchando todas estas cosas que ya no quiero repetir. Somos una comunidad pequeña. Todo lo que estamos es en una contra de ver tantos de nosotros sin una casa, sin un lugar donde vivir y todas esas cosas. Pero seguimos pidiendo y pidiendo. Y ojalá, verdad, que todo se lleve a cabo como Dios manda y como Dios quiere tenernos en una unión, en amor, consideración y importarnos unos a otros. Todo se ha hablado, pero yo vengo también a poner en consideración que todas estas cosas que se han hablado, no se ha hablado cuánto nos han subido los taxes en cada propiedad, cuánto no han subido los taxes ahora, cuánto ha subido la aseguranza de cada pie cuadrado de la propiedad, cuánto eso nos está costando, sobre todo a los seniors que ya no trabajamos. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos nosotros sobrevivir cuando hay un desalojo o algo así? Cuando nos dejan el lugar, que ya no son $5,000 que se le mete para poder poner esa vivienda otra vez a flote, que se pueda vivir. Entonces, ¿a dónde vamos a ir? Ya ahorita son de $10,000 a $15,000, tan solo un techo de una casa. Vamos a Home Depot, no se diga, ya un paquetito de clavos que nos costaba 25 centavos, ahorita cuánto nos está costando. Y yo digo, todo se tiene que poner en consideración en una tabla para balancear una cosa con la otra. Para mantener nuestra ciudad, nosotros hemos formado grupos para limpieza a nuestra ciudad y mantenerla también. Hemos ido recogiendo por callejones, por las calles, porque también no somos limpios, dejamos la muestra de lo que comemos tirado en nuestras calles. Eso es extra trabajo para las alcantarillas para que no las limpien. El otro es, nadie sigue las reglas de los perros, ahí andan todos, ay, perdón. Pero esto es importante también, oh my gosh. Pero también estoy contra flop, ¿ok? Disculpen.
All right. Okay, I believe that concludes public comment in person, but I know, City Clerk, I know we have some folks online.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Caller, with the last three numbers, 407, if you would please select *6 to unmute yourself or the microphone icon, and you may proceed with your comment.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Diana Calderon from California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, and I'm here to speak on agenda item 11.6, asking you to end the city's contract for automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. This technology might sound harmless, but what it really does is allow for the cross-referencing with other databases like those maintained by the DMV to identify the registered owners of vehicles. And once this information is in the database, it's not just local officials who can access it. It's federal agencies, out-of-state police, and other jurisdictions can also tap into it too. And that's exactly where the danger lies. ALPR is building a record of where we go every single day, to work, to school, to the doctor, and to places of worship. This is a weapon of mass surveillance, and it's tracking all of us. And for immigrant communities, it's even more dangerous. As we've seen here in Southeast LA for the past couple of weeks, our communities are scared to leave their homes in fear of being detained by ICE. ICE is using technology like ALPR to carry out their arrests. In Westchester, California, ICE was able to access local license plate scans despite the city having a sanctuary policy. That's proof that ALPR is being weaponized by agencies like ICE and DHS to disregard the sanctuary protections we have in our cities. And then what happens? We all lose privacy and put people's safety, their homes, and their families at risk. We do not need to live under constant surveillance to feel safe. True safety comes from community trust, not from cameras that feed information to agencies that harm our neighbors. I urge you to stand with immigrant families, stand with our community, and choose safety and justice over surveillance and fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Mario Beltran, if you would please select the microphone icon to unmute yourself.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias a miembros del concilio. Soy Mario Beltrán, residente de la ciudad de la Bell Gardens por más de 29 años y ex miembro del concilio. También soy fundador de la red de liderazgo del sureste de Los Ángeles y como tal hemos estado trabajando y ayudando a la comunidad migrante por más de 20 años. Hemos completado más de 8,500 aplicaciones de DACA y renovaciones. Hemos entregado más de $125,000 en ayuda a estudiantes migrantes para que apliquen para DACA. Y en los últimos meses hemos estado semanas alimentando, proveyendo despensas a cualquier familia que nos ha contactado en todo el sureste de Los Ángeles, llevándolos a su casa. Quiero agradecerles todo el trabajo que han hecho en las últimas semanas, meses, para ayudar a acompañar a su comunidad en esta violenta invasión de los agentes de migración en el sureste de Los Ángeles. Estoy de acuerdo con la mayoría de las personas que han estado dando sus comentarios. Estos agentes vinieron a nuestras comunidades escondiendo su identidad, escondiendo su cara, escondiendo sus credenciales, porque sabían y saben que han cometido muchos crímenes, han violado muchos derechos civiles y constitucionales, y es básicamente ahora la responsabilidad de todos nosotros, incluyéndolos ustedes como nuestros representantes, de no proveerles ningún tipo de asistencia, y eso incluye la capacidad de obtener información de nuestros residentes a través de los sistemas automáticos de lectura de placas que le permite a ICE saber dónde están las personas que están más vulnerables en nuestra comunidad, porque la información sí la están obteniendo de manera ilegal de diferentes agencias que les dan acceso y les corren sus inquiries en el sistema. Así es que muchísimas gracias por todo el trabajo que han hecho concejales, han hecho historia creando la ordenanza de control de renta en la ciudad y ahora tienen la oportunidad de continuar con esa historia protegiendo a nuestras comunidades con un moratorio de desalojos de emergencia de 60 días y eliminando este contrato que pone en tanto riesgo a la comunidad más vulnerable de la ciudad de Bell Gardens. Otra vez, muchísimas gracias a ustedes, al Departamento de Policía y a todas las personas que han ido a hablar este día. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you. That was the last speaker.
All right, then. Thank you so much, City Clerk. There's no objection by the members. I will close public participation. Moving on to item number 8, external committees updates. Does any member of the council have anything to report out from their external committees?
Yes, I do. I attended the COG meeting last week, and the Transportation Career Academy program was presented to all the members, letting us know that either high school seniors or recently high school graduates are able to apply to this program. What it is that they learn different jobs from Metro and eventually are able to do internships and possibly get hired from Metro. So I would like that information to be dispersed to the community. Also, this Thursday at 5:30, August 14th, there's something called Spotlight on Your Gateway Region that's going to take place in Downey at the Southern California Gas Company. Everyone's invited to go. There is a QR code that people are able to register. You do have to RSVP as seating will be limited, but it is a great opportunity to learn more and kind of just share ideas of what's happening within the Gateway region. Lastly, there are going to be several community meetings regarding the zero emission trucks. The first meeting is going to take place the 25th of August in Compton, followed by also virtual meetings if you cannot make it in person. And it's specifically going to talk about the Long Beach East LA quarter community meetings so that they can see how they're going to invest in those bus lines.
Thank you so much for that, Councilwoman De Leon Sanchez. Anybody else have anything else to report out? Okay. There was a League of Cities meeting earlier this last week. Unfortunately, I had another commitment and I wasn't able to attend. It was the swearing in of the new chair for the LA division in I believe it's the council member's name, Britt Huff. She's a council member out in the city of Palo Verdes or Palo Verdes Estates or Rolling Hills Estates, one of the Palo Verdes Peninsula cities out there. And yeah, that was this last Thursday. And other than that, I think we're going to actually talk about an item regarding to the League of Cities in the agenda.
Actually, Mayor,
yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to request, since there's still some of the residents here today that spoke about the items, the ALRP,
to move it up,
to change the order. I know that they're here for that. Also, the moratorium item. Is there a way we can change
Yeah,
the order?
absolutely. I actually wanted to go first on recess for like a good 5-10 minutes, just a quick restroom break. I know I've been getting up every other time, but I know my colleagues haven't. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a quick recess. I'd say 5-10 minutes, and then we'll be back at 8:35. And then I would request that the order be switched for the discussion items, considering I know we still have folks here, and it'll be we'll keep the local commission's appointment. That should be pretty quick. I don't think. And then after that, we'll talk about the eviction moratorium. And then we could talk about, I was actually interested in talking about the golf course as the second
If
option.
you don't mind, I'd like to do the ALPR first, if there's no opposition from the council.
I'd rather do the evictions one first.
We could go with the eviction one first.
Okay. All right. Evictions first, and then we'll do the ALPR. And then we'll do, if there's no objection, we'll do the rest KDI regarding the golf course. We'll talk about the IDs. And then lastly, we'll talk about the league appointment. All right. All right. Sounds good. All right. And we'll be back at 8:35.
Mayor, meeting is now been resumed virtually.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 9, which would be City Manager's report.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. Since our last meeting, which was only 2 weeks ago, it feels like it's been a little bit longer than that. We continue to host the Mexican Consulate at the Neighborhood Youth Center through the end of July. They are over in Huntington Park for the month of August, and we expect them to be back, ideally back here in the month of September again. We held a town hall meeting for the mayor back on the last week there of July. We're still hosting the resident art and yard sale on Fridays at 11 o'clock at Veterans Park. On August 1st, we had a free farmers market. Monday, August 4th, we hosted a virtual immigration workshop with Kerrison. And then also last week is when we started hosting again our public events. So our larger scale events. So the police department has a focus with the National Night Out annually. They held that last Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we had the leash cutting ceremony for the long-awaited first dog park in the city of Bell Gardens. Just want to mention again, our Public Works Director, Recreation Community Services Director, we're very creative and really jumped through a couple windows that happen to open at a perfect amount of time back in the November, December timeframe, and we're able to get funding allocated for that dog park. And 7, 8 months later, there's a dog park in the city of Bell Gardens. So thank you to the council members and the residents, everybody that came out, and also thank you to the directors for working hard and being creative to make sure that funding materialized. And also want to mention, still on Wednesday, we have our art space at 6 p.m. at Veterans Park. So there's supplies there, so if you want to explore your artistic side or you know somebody that might be interested in that, every Wednesday at 6 p.m. at Veterans Park. On Thursday, we had our first movie night in about 2 months at Veterans Park. It was Despicable Me 4. We also open a cooling center. So anytime the temperature gets about 91 degrees or higher, we follow the same standards that the county uses. We open our cooling centers at Veterans Park and Neighborhood Youth Center. Basically, we just have space for people to come in and cool off. If for some reason they don't have AC or they can't go to a park, they can come in and sit down in the air conditioning. Also, last Friday, the city joined several other cities in a motion to intervene in a lawsuit against the federal government. So that motion that included Bell Gardens was filed with the courts on Friday. There was a press conference and there was social media information put out as well. On Saturday, August 10th, we had a fully subscribed family Dodgers game excursion. So families got to enjoy a ride to the park, a game, food, and things of that nature. On Friday, kind of moving forward then after tonight, next Friday, we have the art and yard sale that starts at 11 o'clock, and also it's our second free farmers market of the month. So August 15th, there's another free farmers market for anybody that's interested in getting free produce. On this coming Saturday and Sunday, we have our yard sale weekend, so no permits necessary. You can set up a yard sale. You don't have to worry about code enforcement or anything like that. That's 5 weekends throughout the year, and one of them is coming up next weekend. On Monday, August 18th, we're hosting an immigration workshop at 3 p.m. at Ross Hall. On Saturday, August 23rd at 10:30 a.m., the Community Family Services Center is hosting a financial literacy workshop, this one specifically on cybersecurity and fraud prevention. Also want to mention, if you look on our calendar, Public Works has been doing the complete streets improvements throughout the city of Bell Gardens since the middle of July, and will be continuing for several weeks going forward. So these are improvements of pedestrian crossings, sidewalks, streets, some infrastructure underground. And also want to mention, just on the consent calendar, before we move out through that and then on to the discussion calendar, we have a contract for billboard advisory services, similar services that we utilize to have the 2 city billboards installed on the freeway that are generating income for the city. This would be more focused on some smaller, older billboards throughout the city, and also potentially to seek a replacement of the city's old electronic billboard right here on Florence and Florence Place with a new, smaller billboard that would be built free of charge of the city, and then the city would have access to it to publicize events and messages and things of that nature. The consent calendar also has additional design work for the RJM, our design group, so we can make sure we get the aquatic center completed here in the next 2 months or so. Also, we've got an item existing in this consent calendar to accept funding for 2 brand new bus shelters at locations where we don't currently have shelters. So they're not replacing old ones, they're creating new shelters that don't currently exist. One of them's on Granger and Florence, not too far from City Hall here. And the other one is on Garfield and I can't recall the intersection. But they're 2 brand new built bus shelters, and they're being funded with grants. And then the final item, this is something that we've been working on for somewhere in the 5 to 6 year range. This would be acceptance of the soil remediation project at the former Burke Oil site. That was grant funded, multi-million-dollar soil cleanup to get into condition that could actually be converted to housing or some similar use. And with that, well, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for that report, Mr. City Manager. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent calendar, items number 10.1 to 10.8. Does any member of the council wish to pull an item for separate discussion? All right, seeing none, is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve items 10.1 to 10.8 on the consent calendar.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilwoman Dr. Francis de Leon Sanchez and a second by Councilwoman Guillen. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it. All right, moving on to 11.1, local commissions appointment. Any members of the council wish to change or add anybody to the commissions? All right.
No, but I do just have a comment. I think I've said it once. It's been brought to my attention that the education committee hasn't been meeting because of lack of quorum. So I think we should just like relay the message to our commissioners to please attend, or because throughout the whole year there has not been a single meeting.
Absolutely. I will do my part and speed up the process. I've been trying to get somebody to fill the position of my education commission, so I will work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Councilwoman Guillen, and thank you, Councilman Barcena. Anybody else want to change or add anybody to the commission? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item number, well, at this point, it was the tenants discussion regarding existing tenant eviction protections. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. So this item is a discussion regarding eviction tenant protections. This is related to public comment that was heard at the last council meeting and also heard at this council meeting as well, and also public comment that I think all the council members and staff have heard in between those 2 meetings. I will turn it over to Manny Acosta, our Community Development Director, to provide a presentation to the council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we have a quick presentation overview of our existing city's rent stabilization and tenant eviction protection that the city has provided. This is in lieu of the July 28th City Council meeting where the discussion took place concerning our evictions for our residents. So for tonight, Veronica Jaramillo and Mayra Garcia will provide you a presentation on our current program. And if you have any further questions, we will hear that.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Veronica Jaramillo. I'm the Housing Specialist 2 for the City of Bell Gardens. So tonight's presentation is going to be on our rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. It's an update and just further information on what the city currently has in place. So at the July 20, Sorry, I'm a little nervous. It's been a while. So at the July 28, 2025 City Council meeting, there was discussion from the public with concerns of tenant evictions due to the recent ICE, immigration, and customs enforcement activities in the area. So this has been in place since September 12, 2022, ordinance number 925, rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. And then it was approved October 12th of 2022, and which is rent stabilization. It divided into two chapters, 5.62 and 5.63. 5.62 is rent stabilization, 5.63 is tenant eviction protections. And it limits the amount of increases that a property owner can make annually, and also limits the reasons which a tenant can be evicted. So covered units and exemptions, which rental units are subject to the rent stabilization regulations. All residential dwelling units in the jurisdictional boundaries of the city, unless exempt, including mobile home spaces. So units exempt from rent increases include any residential unit built after 1995, any unit separately alienable, single-family residences, condominiums, townhomes, a rental unit on a property with a maximum of 3 units that is owner-occupied, affordable housing, care facilities, short-term accommodations, hotels, motels, etc. So annual rent increases limits the CPI. Currently, we are at 1.95%. This is until October 31st. And then it will change to 1.5%, which will be lowered beginning November 1st, 2025. Rent increases provisions is 1 increase per year. May not bank unused portions. The landlord shall provide tenants with a 30-day written notice of rent increases. An additional 3% is allowed if it is below 80% of the market rent for comparable units. And HUD fair market rate updated October for each year. That hasn't been updated yet. Landlord may set initial rent for new tenancies per state law. So tenant contests a rent increase. Yes, the tenant can contest a rent increase, and that needs a lot of guidance. So we do encourage a lot of tenants to come in and set appointments with our housing division so we can walk them through what the process is. And usually the first filing application is the one that the tenant sets, and then we assist them through the other ones. They have 180 days to set this complaint within the city, and then we do like to encourage the tenants to come in right away when they first get the initial increase, so we can ensure that they are getting the proper increases. So what are tenant eviction protections? Termination of tenancy, Chapter 5.63, tenant eviction protections, establishes additional protections for tenants for no-cost evictions, including anti-harassment protections and relocation assistance, as well as other provisions either not covered or partially covered by state law. More protective than California civil law tenant protections, landlords may not terminate a tenancy of an occupied rental unit after a tenant has continuously and lawfully occupied the rental unit for 12 months. Or a year, or more unless the landlord can demonstrate either for-cause or no-cost termination. Landlord must have just cause grounds for eviction. All no-fault evictions require relocation assistance, affordable housing, care facilities, short-term accommodations, hotels and motels, etc. Landlord must submit a copy of the notice of termination to the department within 5 days after service of the notice to the tenant. So at fault for cost evictions, failure to pay rent, violate material term of lease, waste, nuisance, or illegal purpose, failure to sign a substantially similar lease, assign or sublet in violation of lease, refuse access for necessary repairs after notice, failure to vacate after termination of landlord employment. That's if they were a manager. I actually had to get that explained to me recently, to be honest. Failure to vacate after notice of intent to termination. And then all of these do need a written notice. They cannot do a termination without a written notice. Owner no-fault evictions, owner move-in, landlord or family use as primary residence, comply with government order, withdraw property permanently from rental market pursuant state law, Alice Act, must provide relocation assistance. Should tenants reside on the property for 12 months, property owner is required to provide 3 times the monthly rent. Should tenants have children or be part of a vulnerable group, They are entitled to 4 times the amount of the monthly rent. And vulnerable groups, seniors, disabled, low income, terminally ill, have additional protections. Landlord shall pay 1/2 the relocation assistance due no later than 15 days following service of termination of tenancy and no later than 5 business days after tenant has vacated. So temporary relocation is if they're doing major construction, you cannot do an eviction. This is only temporary. And 30 days or less, a landlord must provide tenant per diem payment. 31 days or more, a landlord must provide the tenant either per diem payment or comparable temporary accommodations if available. Large-scale remodels qualify as temporary relocation, not as no fault. So now we did create, because we did notice that a lot of tenants are nervous to come in, we do have schedule your appointment with us so they can get more of a private one-on-one session with us so they know their rights. And this is the same as the passports. So eviction notices data. This is some of the data that we have. It is in the presentation. If there's any further questions, we can go over that too. And then we have recap of data. The city has not observed an increase in the number of evictions notices issued by property owners, nor in tenant complaints related to the eviction notices or threats of eviction. July 2025, city received a total of 8 for-cause evictions, 7 related to non-payment for rent, 1 related to lease violation. Figures are consistent with the city's typical monthly average. Each eviction notice is unique and does not necessarily result in the removal of a tenant. Landlord issues notices as routine practice when a tenant is late 3 days, and that's as permitted by state law. Temporary Rental Assistance Program, which is the PLHA, is still continuous, 6 months, but may increase to 12 months on a case-by-case basis. Tenants pay 60%, and the city subsidizes 40% of the rent. Case management is mandatory, and financial workshops are mandatory. To date, the city has not received any requests for rental assistance related to ICE activity. So the purpose of the ordinance for Chapter 5.62 and 5.63 is to protect tenants from excessive rent increases and to promote long-term stability and certainty for tenants in the rental market while providing landlords the ability to receive a fair return on their rental property. So that's the conclusion is the city will continue to inform the residents for the city's RSTEP program and their rights. If city council were to consider implementing an urgency ordinance, temporary eviction and moratorium, it is important to recognize that under state law, tenants would still be legally obligated to pay any rent owed to landlords. Moratorium could potentially discourage landlords from registering. Should the city council want to explore further action, it would require that staff be directed to bring back for consideration an urgency ordinance for a rental eviction moratorium. It requires a 4-to-5 vote to pass an urgency ordinance. Staff recommends that the city council receive and file. Questions? Sorry, I was nervous.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Really appreciate the update. It's always interesting to see the rental increase amount every year. I think you said it was 1.9, now it's going to shorten to 1.5.
Correct. It's 1.95 right now, and it will be going down to 1.5 beginning November 1st.
November 1st, got it. All right, well, thank you again. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments regarding this item?
And again, that's by October, right, of this year? Okay.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
So yeah, that's October. It goes until October 30th.
Let's see the 1.5.
Beginning November 1st, yes.
November 1st, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments regarding this item? All right, well, considering no questions or comments, I'd be interested in making a motion. Before I do give the motion, I do want to thank everybody in the community that came out, everybody from East Yards, CBE, Caracol, CLRJ, CHODG, COFEM, the community, not only from BG, but from CELA. There was a consistent thing that they were asking. One was in regards to obviously eviction moratorium, rent increase freeze, and the moratorium for being for 60 days. So I know that this item that is being brought up is just like a discussion with the potential ask from staff to give direction to then bring it back to then decide whether or not we want to pursue the moratorium itself. So there's nobody else who wants to make a comment or question regarding this. What I would instruct staff to do for this next coming up meeting would be that we prepare an ordinance in collaboration with these organizations and determine or analyze what is actually feasible as a city and what we can actually implement. Because I understand that some of these concepts have been tried to implement it, but they might be a little too extreme to the point where we're potentially in violation of a law, or it's very delicate. So what I would ask is that we at least explore it and then have that ordinance prepared and then see if the council is even interested in continually pursue it. I think, at least speaking on my behalf, I'm in support of what the community's asking for, but I'm interested in hearing what everybody else has to say. But if not, that's my motion, or I guess that's my request.
Is it a motion or request? Please clarify.
It'll be a request.
Mayor, is that an urgency ordinance that you want us to consider?
No, I think that we can discuss it amongst staff and then the community members. Because in part, what was being proposed, I don't feel like it's enough to give clear direction. It's simple statements and concepts, right? They want an eviction moratorium, they want rent increase freeze, but they haven't provided official language, which I think is vital. And I think we all need to know that exact language. But that's not to say that we want to discredit the community or say that they're wrong for asking that. But that's why I'm giving direction instead of like my colleague said about a motion.
Okay, so just to clarify, so instead of actually preparing an ordinance, it would be discussing it with the organizations and reporting back.
We would discuss it with the organizations in hopes that we reach an ordinance that can be proposed at the next meeting.
Just an eviction moratorium is an urgency ordinance. That's why I wanted to clarify that it would be an urgency ordinance, which would require a 4/5 vote. And if that's fine, then we can proceed with that.
We can have that as an option. If it's going to be an eviction moratorium, at the moment that requires an urgency vote of 4-5, but if my thing is, if these organizations are willing to see that perhaps it doesn't have to be an urgency ordinance at this moment, then maybe we can see what options are on the table.
Is that enough clarification, Director?
Yes. So my understanding is you want us to get in contact with these organizations, work out some type of plan, and it's legal, or it's done in the past, and bring it back and discuss it amongst either our legal team and bring it back to the staff.
Yeah, ideally I'd appreciate that. I've been in communication with these folks, and again, what concerns me is the language.
Correct.
Right? What exactly is being proposed? So again, I appreciate that the community was out and the consistent validation and points, but for me, what I want is there an attorney that they're working with? Is there what sort of, like similar to when we did the RSO in the city, we had LAFLA partnering up and there was studies, et cetera, and so on and so forth. So what I would ask is that we continually have that discussion, but instead of just being general and say, hey, we want this and that, what concrete language can they propose that could be liable instead of just being concepts? That's what I'm more so concerned about.
Understood. We'll present what we have currently and provide back a response or a report back to the council.
What I would say is that perhaps maybe as a, and I know that at one point there was actually a committee of rent civilization and rent control. What I would ask is, if possible, the city manager and obviously the director of community development, we can make outreach to these organizations and prepare some sort of document or some sort of language, which I think is going to be key. And obviously our legal counsel should be a part of that conversation.
And just to clarify, Mayor, I mean, I think we have a pretty clear idea from a legal perspective on what we can do. I think legal counsel will give us advice on where those lines are, where we would probably be challenged legally and may not have the best defense. We've done ordinances similar to this before during COVID. So I think if we reach out to these groups with an idea of the way we see things with how we can do, meet their needs, whether it's 100%, we'd have to figure that out, and then see where we're at from there. I guess working a couple steps through, so let's say if this week we're able to get some meetings together to talk about the key points. Is it the request then to have the urgency ordinance? Well, potentially let's just say the discussion goes the way of an urgency ordinance, then we would bring that item back. If an urgency ordinance doesn't seem to be applicable and it were just a regular ordinance, the process is just so much lengthier on a non-urgency ordinance. I don't know if the attorney wants to talk.
I think the reason why I wanted to clarify is because if it were to be an ordinance, it would be implemented permanently, and what we were hearing is a temporary action that would happen as soon as possible. And with a regular ordinance, you would have to have a first reading, second reading, public hearings, and effective 30 days after that. So we're looking at something potentially in December.
Yeah, no, those are good points, and I appreciate legal counsel for bringing that up, because I feel like for us here, we understand that process, but I know that for a lot of the folks on the ground, perhaps they don't fully understand that, with an urgency ordinance or an eviction moratorium, it requires a 4/5 vote, and what the other part that I felt like wasn't mentioned or partially mentioned was in regards to that this eviction moratorium isn't going to only apply to tenants; it should also apply to the businesses. Right, so the small businesses that perhaps have seen a decrease in buyers or whatever, or customers, I should say, right? And I think we can all say that there's been a decrease in terms of folks when we go to restaurants or even the laundromat. There just isn't folks going out and doing such business. So with that said, I think that's kind of the way I'm angling it.
You keep talking about community and you keep talking about these organization groups. I do not want to dismiss the residents that came here that are residents of Bell Gardens, not residents of Sela, residents of Bell Gardens. We saw the data. There has not been an increase in evictions at all. There has not been an increase in rental assistance applications. So I think we need to make sure that our community knows that all these things are in place. When we look at our current rent ordinance, we have one of the strongest, if not the strongest, one in the county. So to add additional layers, and you saw our resident who's a senior citizen who said, how can she go and afford to continue to pay when renters don't take care of her property? I've talked to many landlords who are senior citizens who have invested their life savings in the little property that they have. So that's great that we're talking about renters, we're talking about business owners, but what about those landlords that aren't able to have other means other than be able to collecting those rents? What are we doing for them? Because if we're going to talk about community, let's talk about every aspect of community and the community that lives here in Bell Gardens.
Thank you so much for that, Councilwoman Dr. Francis de Leon Sanchez. Anybody else want to make a comment in regards to this item? All right, seeing none. I think staff's got direction. Thank you so much.
Yes, Mayor.
Appreciate it. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which was the ALPR.
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. So this is a follow-along item for a discussion that was had at the council meeting at the 2 weeks ago. This one is more specific, I think, to the potential direction to terminate the agreement with Flock for the ALPR. But we've got some information here the chief's going to provide before the council gives direction going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over with the chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. So I'll be presenting the second part of this, and with me, I also have Kristen from Flock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my presentation, and then she's going to do a short presentation on the actual system. So I'll start off with discussion of agreement between the City of Bell Gardens and Flock Group, Inc. Staff recommends that the City Council do one of the three. One, receive and file this report, or direct staff to let the agreement lapse at the end of the term on March 1st, 2023 with no additional optional extensions, or direct the city manager to provide notice to terminate the agreement for convenience on August 12, 2025. The background on Monday, July 28, 2025, the Bell Gardens Police Department presented information to the City Council of Bell Gardens regarding a 3-year agreement with Flock Group. This agreement includes 2 optional 1-year extensions and covers 23 automated license plate reader cameras. The existing agreement is set to end on February 28, 2026 with an annual cost of $57,500. So that's just like I was talking on the July 28th, those are the cameras that we currently have. We have 23 of those throughout the city of Bell Gardens. The agreement has a term effective as of March 1st, 2023. However, Flock did not start invoicing the city until the hardware system was installed on June 2nd, 2023. Below is a breakdown of the agreement if it's terminated on August 12th, 2025. The agreement is currently in year 3 of its initial term, which spans 36 months from March 1st, 2023 to February 28, 2026. For year 3, a total of $57,500 has been allocated, covering the period from June 2nd, 2025 to June 1st, 2026. This amount has already been paid. If the City Council directs staff to cancel the agreement on August 12, 2025, the credit owed for what has already been paid from August 12, 2025 to June 1st, 2026 would be $41,790.08. Additionally, there's a termination fee of $500 per unit of Flock hardware, which is the cameras. Since the city has 23 units, the total termination fee will amount to $11,500. Therefore, the refund amount would be calculated as follows. So credit owed would be $41,790.08 minus the termination fee, which is $11,500, and then we would get back $30,290.08. So to conclude this, staff is seeking direction from City Council regarding the assistant agreement with Flock. And if you could just hold on to your questions, I'm going to go ahead and let Kristen do her PowerPoint presentation regarding the system.
Thank you, Chief. Let's see, I am going to try to share my screen here. Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and community of Bell Gardens. My name is Kristen McLeod, and I'm a Public Affairs Manager with Flock Safety. First, I want to genuinely thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening and provide information on Flock technology and share what it does, but probably more importantly, what it doesn't do. Flock Safety as a company began back in 2017 after a neighborhood, our own CEO's neighborhood, experienced an uptick in crime. Frustrated with the continuance of the crime and lack of case resolution, he set out to create an efficient, affordable, and ethical tools to help impact crime and increase community safety. Flock wholeheartedly is dedicated to this mission, and we're proud to say that we're trusted by over 5,000 communities nationwide, and we take that trust very seriously. Tonight, again, I'm happy to provide an overview of our license plate reader product that Bell Gardens has utilized since 2023. So focusing on the Flock Safety license plate readers, they provide real-time investigative leads to officers to help expedite case clearance and improve operational efficiency. The Flock LPR cameras capture images focused on the rear of vehicles from fixed locations throughout your community. The cameras cannot track continuous movement of a vehicle. These are point-in-time captures of images. The LPR cameras provide 2 functions to your police department. the ability to be alerted to wanted vehicles via the California Stolen Vehicle System, as well as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, known as Amber Alerts, as well as additional missing vulnerable persons like your Silver Alerts. The second function is to provide the ability to search for case leads and obtain objective evidence for Bell Gardens police after a crime has occurred. And I'll get into more detail on those functions. Something very important to note is that we do not utilize facial recognition. The system is focused solely on vehicle details, not people. This is not a speed tracking system, and the Flock LPR system is not connected to registration data or information like Carfax or, again, from Department of Motor Vehicles. We are not connected to them. So your officers, as mentioned, are only being alerted to wanted vehicles. If the wanted vehicle passes by a camera in your community, officers will be alerted to that vehicle within seconds. We utilize what we call our vehicle fingerprint technology. So oftentimes witnesses of crimes may not have full license plate information, or license plate, they may have a partial license plate. Officers may need to search for a suspect vehicle by time or camera location for an investigative lead, and Flock provides the ability for them to do that. Something very important is that Flock is built with privacy in mind. The first bullet point is that all data is owned by the Bell Gardens PD and will never be sold to private third parties. It also means that Bell Gardens PD is within complete control of that data. Private Flock customers, we do work with HOAs and neighborhood associations, as well as commercial businesses, but private Flock customers never have access to the Bell Gardens camera network or any other government data or hot lists. Flock automatically deletes data after 30 days by default. And this really provides the balance between giving your officers that investigative value of crimes that occurred previously. There may have been a delay in reporting, sometimes with sensitive and traumatic crimes that have occurred. It takes victims a bit to come forward. Also in the case of a home burglary where the residents may be out of town and there is, again, a lag in reporting, it does provide the ability for your officers to go back 30 days historically and locate critical information or that case lead. But it's also balancing your community's privacy. We're not stockpiling images of cars unnecessarily past that 30-day point. Unless data is downloaded by Bell Gardens PD as part of a criminal investigation, the images at the 30-day mark are hard deleted and unrecoverable. Going back to, I mentioned that Bell Gardens PD owns and controls the data. Only Bell Gardens PD decides which other law enforcement agencies that they will share data with, if at all. Again, Flock does not utilize facial recognition. The system can only be searched for vehicle characteristics. There is also no personal information within the Flock system whatsoever. There is no name associated with a vehicle. There are no addresses, no demographic information whatsoever. It's solely vehicle information. Although there is no personal information within the Flock system, we take data security very seriously. All of your data is stored with end-to-end AES 256 encryption. We are compliant, CGIS compliant, NDAA compliant, as well as SOC 2 and SOC 3. We're also built with transparency in mind. Every search that your officers conduct requires a registered unique user ID along with the search reason or case number. That search reason and user number creates the ability for the chief and the Flock administrators in his department to audit the system to ensure that the system is being used with all state laws, local ordinances, and of course, department LPR use policy. Flock really encourages all agencies to implement regular audits to ensure proper usage. And then something unique to Flock is that we provide every community a transparency portal which is free of charge and can be customized. This agency here, in their example, they share information about their policies as well as usage, and that big block of text is actually all of the law enforcement agencies that this agency is sharing their information with. We hear community concern, and in an effort to support compliance and to provide additional safeguards, Flock Safety is implementing a preventative tool that will block a user who performs an impermissible search from accessing data. If a user attempts to conduct a search of California networks with a search reason that includes variations of keywords that would be in violation of the California Values Act, that search is blocked and they will receive this alert. We very much believe that community values do not have to be compromised in order to achieve public safety goals, and that transparency and accountability really supports trust. Bell Gardens PD has shared they have a contract with your community, and that's their ALPR use policy. And Chief Camacho, I'm not sure if you wanted to go into detail on each of these bullet points, but Chief shared, highlighted some of the Bell Gardens Police Department use policy points that provide those additional safeguards. And then lastly, to wrap up, we are working with over 400 law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California, San Francisco PD, Berkeley PD, so all the way up to Northern California, but also with your neighboring cities, Bell, Downey, and Southgate. We wanted to share a bit about Bell Gardens by the numbers. So Bell Gardens PD is currently sharing with 282 California law enforcement agencies. Over the last 30 days, the cameras have captured over 3 million unique plate reads. Your officers have received 7,989 hot list alerts within the last 30 days and have conducted 200 searches within the last 30 days. And I just wanted to reiterate that all of the data that has been collected is protected by that limited 30-day data retention, as well as California state law and your department's LPR use policy. The data is really serving to provide critical objective case leads for criminal investigations only and for the purposes of keeping Bell Gardens safe. And I will actually pass it to Chief Camacho to share a bit about the impact that Flock has had in Bell Gardens specifically.
Thank you, Kristen. So I think on the July 28th, I was able to share that San Diego Police Department were investigating a murder, and they had limited information. All they had was the suspect vehicle's information, and one of our Flock cameras was able to capture that license plate. The vehicle was stopped, and we took the suspect into custody. We have successfully resolved and closed numerous violent cases using Flock, making it an indispensable tool for detectives and officers. In the last 6 months, BGPD officers have arrested 32 grand theft auto suspects and recovered other numerous vehicles. And I'll give it back to you, Kristen.
Thank you, Chief. And again, just to wrap up, this is an example of, you may have seen this headline back in late 2023, Beverly Hills Police Department were able to arrest this suspect who was responsible for 4 murders, including 3 homeless men and 1 LA resident. Police had the description of the suspect's vehicle after 3 homeless victims were shot and killed during a 3-day period. When a Los Angeles County employee was found shot and killed following a robbery at their home, police were able to look in the Flock database for vehicle photos from nearby cameras, and it led them to the suspect, again, providing a very critical and objective case lead. Beverly Hills PD were able to make a traffic stop, arrested the suspect, and the firearm found in the vehicle was linked to all 4 murders. And lastly, I had mentioned that Flock LPR system is integrated and provides alerts associated with vehicles of missing persons. And this is an example that Murrieta PD shared with us. They had a 91-year-old resident who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. He was last seen at his church and couldn't be located by friends or family. Using flock LPR cameras along with Apple AirTag information, officers had determined that the man had crossed into Mexico during the morning hours. Both the flock cameras and the AirTag alerted officers to his return, and later the man's vehicle was located and the missing senior was returned safely to his family with no injuries. So in addition to helping solve a variety of crimes, we're very proud to share that our LPR technology has actually helped first responders locate missing vulnerable persons, actually over 1,000 nationwide, including 100 missing children. With that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. I will pass it back to Chief to add anything additional, and I'm here to help answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kristen. This concludes both of the presentations. We will now take any questions.
Thank you so much for that, Chief, and thank you to the presenter who also spoke, Kristen. Really important information that you shared with us, and I know we're going to have a great discussion. All right, does any member of the council have any questions or comments regarding this item? All right, seeing none.
Is questions for the presentation?
That's correct.
I don't have questions about the presentation. I mean, clearly, this is a priority to some of the representatives from these companies. You know, these are multi-billion-dollar companies that need to make sure that they continue their business, right? So we need to keep that in mind as a council. On the other hand, we do have residents, dozens of residents, educated individuals with degrees that are concerned about our community. What I want to share with you today is the disturbing facts about mass surveillance, in particular license plate readers, automated license plate readers. According to ACLU, and by the way, I'll take this opportunity to thank the council for being extremely supportive of your immigrant community. We are currently in a lawsuit we joined with the ACLU, which is an extremely respectable entity that protects American rights. And we are partnered with them in fighting one of the biggest lawsuits I believe we've ever been involved with against the federal government. Now, ACLU also happens to have an entire section on their website dedicated to automated license plate readers, the hazards, the problems, and the headaches, and the threats to our rights that are a real, factual, tangible issue. So to me, there is no point in listening any more to what any representative of this for-profit company needs to say when I have the ACLU spelling it out for me in an educational manner, respecting our intelligence. If you don't believe me, please feel free to visit the ACLU website. Go to the section, an entire section, with dozens of articles, reports that clearly lay out the hazards and the violations to privacy that automated license plate reader systems pose. I spent the last several hours of every day studying all of the different sources of information, respectable sources of information, not conspiracy theories. And I can clearly tell you, and I hope that you believe me, there is no reason for me to be doing this. This is not a safe technology in its current state. Maybe one day it will be. I need to let you know also that I'm not the only one that's aware of this. The ACLU is aware of it. Our legislators up above us in the Senate are fully aware of it. There is currently a bill going through the Senate right now that's trying to catch up and patch the holes, the vulnerabilities that this technology and the way that it's currently being implemented poses to us. It's a red flag that has been put up already. We are aware of it. Our community is aware of it. I am here ringing the bell. I appreciate you guys for the time that you've given to this issue. More than anything, I appreciate the mayor's advocacy At the recent conference in Aleo, the mayor got up and mentioned the issues with ALPRs, in a room full of elected officials. This is after I had talked to him about the issue. And I felt so proud of our mayor of the city of Bell Gardens understanding the issue and sharing it all across our government bodies in this whole country, right? So kudos to the mayor, but we need to make sure that we take action now while it's time. This is one of the rare occasions where we're actually gonna be able to get ahead of the issue rather than have to scramble and try to protect our residents when things are chaotic in the streets. And we've all seen how chaotic it is. If you don't believe me, please have a listen to this. Have a listen to this. That is a child crying for his mother after ICE took them. And this is just one out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases that are only gonna ramp up because our government, our federal government, just gave ICE $170 billion, out of which $80 billion is intended to be used for the construction of new detention centers. That's $40 billion, and the other $33 billion is going to go to hire more ICE agents. ICE agents that are being stolen from our police departments by paying them more money. Now, don't even let me get into the weeds about Palantir and all of the contracts that the federal government has right now that are intended to connect these databases so that they can increase the rate at which our community is being stuffed in these new detention centers. This is not fiction. This is the reality of our country. This is the reality of our vulnerable communities. And I am doing my job right now as an elected official of the city of Bell Gardens to ensure that you guys are aware of it. I cannot control your vote. I cannot control what you do from here on, but you've heard your community, overwhelming support to cancel this contract. You're hearing it from me, you're hearing it from the ACLU, and I don't know where else you need to hear it from, but that is what I have to tell you today. That is the message, and I hope that you can take the right action. And I don't know if this is the right time, but I'd like to make a motion to cancel the contract.
Before continuing with the motion, if we can continue the discussion, if there's other discussions from other colleagues? No, okay. So, I understand the concerns, and I can honestly say that I've done my due diligence over the past week, being able to not only speak to the company, speak to other agencies that use the company, do a comprehensive approach on evaluating the flock system, what exactly it is and what exactly it isn't. Looking at all the articles that have been written about the flock system from left side to right side, because some of them are biased, you know, so we need to be able to see both sides to make a conscientious decision of what we need to do. Being able to talk to our community. My first day back from vacation was National Night Out. The number of residents that came up to me and said, "You weren't there at last meeting. They're trying to take away our security. We know you're for public safety." And I said, "Explain to me what that means to you," right? And they gave different examples, some of them being immigrants, you know, why they feel safer with having these type of things, knowing that crimes have stopped, crimes were able to be tracked because of this. They are not tracking the status of people. They're not tracking who the car belongs to. What Flock does is reads the license plate, gets the make and model, and has an image. That is it. It is not real life time. The majority of people that came to speak today are not part of Bell Gardens. They're part of Sela. They're part of other areas, which is great. Let's community come together. But 9 times out of 10, because I counted it, they all had cell phones. You want to talk about surveillance? You want to talk about tracking? You want to talk about all that? This is the #1 thing that tracks us all the time. The minute we talk about something, it pops up on our phone. A lot of people have social media. What does social media do? Even somebody said, it tracks you where you're at in real life time by feet of where you're at. Not a radius, literally by feet. So I have the opportunity, like I said, to talk to the company, talk to other agencies that utilize it, and give me their perspective as to why. But to me, the most important was our agency, Bell Gardens Police Department, and our community. So I was able to meet with the 3 groups within Bell Gardens Police Department that uses Flock. I was able to see the demo. I was able to see how restrictive it is for somebody to put in a code to make sure that they get that information. And Senate Bill 34 that was implemented in 2015, I know, but I'm gonna get there, thank you. Okay, so Senate Bill 34 that was implemented in 2015 put additional restrictions so that there wouldn't be breaches, okay? It's specifically for ALPR systems. So combined, making sure that it was encrypted, you know, all those reasons. So now, Senate Bill, sorry, the one that you just mentioned, I have it here. Senate Bill 274 is going to amend that to add additional layers. So we are getting that also from our legislators because they do see this. But if we're really worried about that, I would say that the cell phone is the most important thing because with all honesty, they're not tracking who the vehicle belongs to, what their status is. It's literally just a picture of what's happening. And yes, has ICE abused this in other places? Yes, they have. But that also had to do with the agency that was responsible for the data. I believe in a Bell Gardens Police Department that they are not going to leak the data, that they have all the audit logs to see who is accessing it and why, and all the barriers that are put in place to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you, Dr. Francis De Leon Sanchez, for sharing your opinion on this. I wanted to, in particular, mention, and I apologize, I get emotional. This is a real subject with like real consequences. Okay.
I fully support your emotionality. I'm the same way on this.
But let's visualize really how the risk looks, right? We just admitted that ICE has used this data through whatever means, illegal means. We know that. That's what the ACLU is reporting. It's being shared illegally with federal agencies. And as Dr. De Leon Sanchez has mentioned, she fully trusts our police department. We all like to believe that we trust our police department, but let's just say that we do, and you guys are perfect, and you will never share that data. Unfortunately, and this is where there's many contradictions, even in the presentation, Bell Gardens Police Department is in complete control of that data, right? That's what the representative said. However, this data is literally being shared with hundreds of law enforcement agencies. Is that not correct, Mr. Chief of Police?
Yes, if I could let Kristen kind of go into that a little bit more.
No, it's fine. I just needed to hear a yes or a no. We're sharing our data with
yes,
about 300.
With 280 other agencies.
288?
282 other agencies in California. But the data that is being shared with other agencies would be, for example, just whether they be the make and model or just the license plate. They're not getting anything else.
And I want to reassure you here that the license plate is really the valuable information along with the location of the camera. The issue with collecting this data is that there's also access by some of these, and I'm going to call them malicious entities because they're illegally accessing the data, that they also have access to other databases that point out who the individual owner of the car is. So it becomes a very dangerous game because at this point, yes, it's only the license plate. Nobody is saying it's anything else. I think it's the color, correct?
Yes.
It's the color, the license plate. It sounds like a little bit of data, but these companies are extremely, extremely sophisticated. So we need to understand that the way that they're processing this data, which is using artificial intelligence, it creates predictive patterns that are used in the software. Now, this is all super advanced stuff. And unfortunately, our community sometimes is not aware of how this data is being used. That's why we need to make sure that we educate ourselves, making sure that we're looking at the reports that are being put out there, so that we can truly understand the issue before we jump on board. And I want to point out that when we got on this contract, it wasn't discussed. It wasn't discussed by the council. This was put on as a consent item. This is a discussion that's necessary right now more than ever, for obvious reasons. That's all I have to say right now, but I appreciate your input. And look, I appreciate everyone's participation in this. As I was mentioning, the mayor himself wanted to put this on the agenda right away. And I said, hey, hold on, let me make sure like I know what this is about. Let me make sure that I share some articles with a few people and maybe talk to the community. And luckily he was able to delay it a little bit, but this is a priority item. This is something that we are doing our job right now, guys. This is something you need to be proud of. Whatever the decision is, you need to know that this is a huge issue that had not been looked at properly by the council. We are in charge. Flock is not gonna come and get our people back. The police department is not gonna come and get our people back. They're not gonna bring anyone back that gets taken away. We are responsible. It will be on us. And we know what's coming down the pipeline with the funding. We know that they're ramping up their hiring process. We know that they're building the detention centers, and we know that they continue to break the law. They're not respecting the restriction order. They're not respecting it. They're acting against the Constitution. They're acting against our laws. So we need to make sure that we assume that they're going to continue to do that. And they have already shown it, and there's overwhelming evidence, and we need to make sure that we recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that discussion.
So
Councilman
various
President.
points.
Yeah, go, Councilwoman Guillen.
I'm a little all over the place right now. I think there was a lot of discussion, so my brain is a little all over the place. So first of all, you use dangerous game. The dangerous game here is not trusting our PD. That's one. I trust RPD. I trust that they don't work with ICE. They have not worked with ICE. We have seen it multiple times, time and time again. They have proved it to us. So I don't know what else you need. That's one. Two, when you use your cell phone, you accept cookies for a lot of things. We all do. We use our cell phones, Face ID, face recognition. License plate readers do not give that. We have, and with all due respect, you dismiss the very intellectual presentation that we had, and that's beyond me. I have no words for that. You said you were not going to listen to her the moment you held the microphone, so that's very disrespectful to our presenter. I am at a loss for words for the way that you are choosing to forgo this. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you for that point, Councilwoman Guillen.
If I may, I just have something
Councilman
to say.
Marshall.
I want to make sure that it is known that the biggest issue is not the police department here with the chief. The biggest issue is the amount of agencies that this is shared with, right? If you multiply any risk times 287, 282 points of access, that is thousands and thousands and thousands of people that potentially have access to this data at any given time. You know, I'm all for trusting our police department, but this is actually trusting the 280 agencies when we've already seen that they've turned that information over to ICE. That is all I'm saying. I'm not here to argue. I want to be very clear that we don't have any knowledge that our police department has used this data, and I don't think they would. I hope that they wouldn't, but I'm more concerned about the entire sharing of this data. That is a real problem.
We're comparing hypotheticals with facts. When you compare hypotheticals with facts, those are two very distinctive terms. The concept of our PD hasn't shared that data, have we?
We have not.
There you go. The question is answered.
it's not my question. I'm just expressing a concern about this data and the amount of agencies that have access to it. That's all.
The
I know that
282 agencies that have access are in California, which are with the bill, remind me, SP?
Yeah, so those 282 agencies also need to comply with the Values Act under SB 54.
Be it for me at the moment.
To further clarify this conversation that we're currently having, Kristen, I would want to know exactly how this data is shared with other agencies. For example, if I'm granted access to Bell's, the city of Bell's data, can I just, well, assuming, you know, Bell Gardens PD has access to that data, can they just go into their database and then conduct a search? Or do they need to ask for permission every time a search is conducted? How does this work when the data is shared with other agencies?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. So how it works is Bell Gardens PD, so if you were an administrator for the Bell Gardens PD and Bell requests to share your camera network, they want access to your camera network, Bell Gardens PD would have to, one, approve that. And that would then grant them access to, if they are searching for a suspect vehicle or a wanted vehicle, they would have to enter in a search reason when they are searching the Bell Gardens camera network. And all of that access, including internal from Bell Gardens, as well as any external sharing, all of that is logged and can be audited.
Thank you for clarifying. I myself also participated in a demo to firsthand see how the flock system works. I'm not too familiar with the user interface, but what I did see is dispatched, you know, zoomed out of the map, and you were able to see the cameras were positioned for our city. But you know, when they zoomed out further to the point where I could see the city of Bell, which also has a flock system, I wasn't able to see you know, the little cameras on their end, right? So could you possibly clarify, you know, why is that the reason? Or, you know, do we have to go through a certain processes to gather data from another agency, or how does this work?
Sure. So we leave that visibility up to each customer. So Bell could have opted to not be discoverable by other law enforcement agencies. And so when a law enforcement agency becomes a customer of Flock, they're able to set up their visibility settings and also sharing settings. So it's completely within the control of that community and that department. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Let's see. Again, bringing Bell into the question, since they are the nearest city with the system as well, I have seen that they also have a transparency portal, which the city of Bell Gardens doesn't. What is one way we can, you know, have this moving, you know, forward for the city of Bell Gardens?
Very easily, we would just need a request from Chief, and our customer success managers will be able to provide a template for Chief to be able to select information to be shared with the community, and we would get that up and running likely within a day. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but it's a very quick process to be able to get you all a transparency portal.
Thank you, Kristen. And could you again refresh us with the information that is gathered from an image? What is captured?
Yes, absolutely. So when a vehicle passes by the camera, it'll take an image focused on the rear of the vehicle. The machine learning then takes that image and organizes it by vehicle make, body type, color, and any aftermarket features, as well as the license plate, partial plate, and the state. And location and time information is associated with the image.
Thank you. And by gathering an image of the plate, this question is to PD. Do you right away see who's operating that vehicle through the flock interface?
No, we're not going to be able to see any facial images. The only thing we see is the actual plate. If there is a crime that is committed and a witness says all we saw was a black Mustang, then that's all we would need to enter that vehicle or to look for that vehicle in the system.
But again, by capturing the license plate, is it possible to see who's operating that vehicle?
No, because if you were to look at the camera captures, like Kristen was saying, only the back of the vehicle, which is probably going to be the bumper, wherever the license plate is located.
I guess per se, like for example, let's say an image is captured, right?
Yes.
Of the license plate. Using that license plate information, can we see who is operating that vehicle? For example, name, address, all that information.
No, so the example that I could give you is if I see a vehicle and, well, let's just say the camera captures the vehicle, I get a license plate, then I have to do the manual work by logging into the system or asking dispatch to run that license plate. And that's register who's asking for that information, and then the return will give me whatever the register owner is, whether it's a male or female, and then that's where I get everything that is the DMV, that is part of the DMV registration.
Right. So you're utilizing two separate systems to identify who that person is.
That's correct. So I'm only going to be able to get the actual license plate out of that vehicle, but then I have to log into a different system if I'm a detective. But if I'm not, if I'm out in the field and all I have is that, I could use dispatch to request that information, and then that dispatcher will be able to log in with her identification. Then we'll be able to track that information, and that's all part of the Department of Justice.
This is more of a general question.
Sure.
When you run a license plate, is it possible to see if the person is documented or undocumented?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Thank you for that discussion. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I do have a question. So I logged on to the Bell transparency site from Flock, and I downloaded the report, which is, I think it's better than not having one, like we don't have one right now. I did notice there was a column there that said reason, or I forgot what the actual title of the column was. But I assume it's the column where the person doing the search enters a description of like why they're entering the search. Do we have that when we run the license plates?
Yes, and for us, we actually have it in a way that you have to have a report number, because the report number will always tell us exactly the reason for it. So we don't have a drop-down menu where it's just, inquiring for A, B, or C. It has to be a report number. And regarding the transparency portal, that could be, I could hold myself to that if that's what you guys wanted, then I could have that done by tomorrow, business hours.
Last question is,
Sure.
are you able to reassure us that from those 285 agencies, the data is not going to be misused? Are you able to guarantee that for us, or is Flock able to guarantee that for us?
Kristen, will you be able to answer that?
So anytime there is human interaction with any sort of system, there is always risk for misuse. However, the Flock system is built, and Chief has instituted an audit system that will support in identifying any sort of misuse so that can be identified in a timely manner and addressed. So there is no way that I could assure that. I think that is impossible, again, with any human interaction with the system. But we very intentionally built the system so that we can support compliance and ensure that, provide the tools to the departments to ensure that it's being used in accordance with law and policy.
Thank you. And I just want to share about Houston. What was it? No, it was Austin. Austin, Texas, the biggest city in the U.S., the 15th biggest city in the U.S., Austin, Texas. They canceled their flock contract. You know, maybe some of you are exploring the idea of, oh, we need to make sure we're like monitoring it now because of so many different vulnerabilities or risks that it poses to our community. I mean, that is a great idea and thought, but I do want to forward you over to study the case of Austin, Texas. There was a saga of audits and reconfigurations of the system and working back and forth with the safeguards for the system, and eventually they ended up canceling their contract, right? This is not the only city that has done that. We also have Denver, Colorado, and one from only 3 days ago that I forgot the name because I've been trying to get ready for this, but there are so many cities that are canceling their contracts for these same issues, and no matter what they do to try to improve it, it's just really, really hard to guarantee that from all the data sharing that usually police departments do, that it will actually turn out okay. It's always gonna be a risk, and it's gonna be a risk that goes against the rights of our residents, especially the most vulnerable ones.
Councilmember Barcena, if I could just have Kristen maybe just touch on 1 minute on the Austin case, because she was part of that that investigation, at least part of what was happening over there. If you could just share briefly, Kristen, on that Austin article.
Yeah, so I think it was you're probably thinking of my colleague Hector, who was more involved in the Austin case, but we found that oftentimes, and with Denver, they are still considering their LPR use, they're reviewing policy and implementing additional safeguards. And I think that community education and information and being transparent about how the system is being used and how it is for very specific reasons for criminal investigative purposes and public safety is really critical. So being able to share more information with you this evening, we genuinely appreciate the opportunity. And we are dedicated to continuing to implement safeguards to support the ability for communities to use this LPR system in a way that supports their community's values and also not having to sacrifice this incredible tool for public safety. And one thing that I would like to mention is, and reiterate, is that FLOC does not have a contract with Department of Homeland Security or any of its entities. And so any access to, any reference to a side door access to FLOC information is unequivocally false. And again, we do not have a contract with them. There is no direct access to the system.
I have a question for the chief. Approximately how frequently do you find the Bell Gardens Police Department doing searches, you know, in other agencies?
So in talking to the detectives, both from our General Investigations Unit and our special, our gang unit, Special Investigations Unit, they're doing about anywhere from, every detective's doing anywhere from 5 to 7 searches from other agencies.
Per month?
No, that's daily.
Daily?
Yes.
Daily. Is it possible to see how many searches are being conducted in our system from outside agencies?
Yes, Yeah, so that's through the audit system that we do. Right now, we're doing it every 3 months, 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since they're conducted under that time period, is it possible to see, or just ballpark number, on average per month, how many searches are being conducted into our system?
From other agencies looking at our system,
Correct.
yeah, I
Yes.
would say anywhere from that range, anywhere from 150 to 200 per month.
I think with this information gathered, I see the value in public safety and providing our police department with the tools necessary to conduct, the best, care for our community, right? But then again, given the given climate, it's hard for me to give the other agencies the same trust that I have for the city of Bell Gardens, the police department for the city of Bell Gardens. So I think, and this question is directed to staff, how would we go about eliminating, the access from external agencies, from accessing our data? And is that something that we would need to provide, a motion, a direction?
I mean, my understanding is that something that the police department can do is just say the data is not provided to other agencies. So I think if there was direction from the council to direct staff that if we were going to continue to utilize the flock system, that we would disable that functionality where the data is not provided to the other cities that that currently have access and that we share data with. I'm not sure how that works reciprocally. If we just hope they would still give us access to the data they have. If there's somebody that commits a crime in Bell Gardens and victimizes a Bell Gardens resident and then goes to Anaheim, and Anaheim's currently on the list just randomly.
Right.
We would presume that we would still want to get a hit if that person showed up in Anaheim. If somebody committed a crime in Anaheim, came to Bell Gardens, hit on our flock, it just wouldn't tell Anaheim that they're here, right?
Kristen, let me know if I'm correct. I think that Mayor Pro Tem, I think what you're asking is you would like for the Bell Gardens Police Department to cancel all 282 agencies, so that way they wouldn't be able to have access to our system. Is that correct?
Correct, since
Okay.
it seems to be a vulnerability.
So then I don't think they're gonna allow us to be part of that agreement. So it's like we have to play by the rules. If we don't want to share, they're not gonna share. Is that correct, Kristen?
So the sharing can be completely tailored to what Bell Gardens PD and the city of Bell Gardens wishes. We do have some agencies that do not share their camera network data. There is, of course, extreme benefit in sharing, but we do have agencies that may not share statewide or with the 282. Some will look at just sharing with their neighboring jurisdictions, or maybe they're sharing more countywide, or maybe they are sharing statewide. We make all of that. That is all tailorable and customizable, so we can accommodate your sharing requests. Or if you do not want to share externally, you do not have to.
But if we don't share, are we still going to be able to have, for example, whether it's a stolen vehicle coming into our city, will we still be alerted, or that goes away?
Those alerts, so if it is in the California Stolen Vehicle System, you will still be alerted to that.
Okay. So then we're going to be able to control some of the sharing, and we're going to be able to control if you want to delete, let's just say maybe certain agencies, then we can. So it would just be a matter of what you guys would feel comfortable with.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you. That clarifies it all. I'm curious to see if my colleagues are, what do they think about this? It's sort of like a middle ground, but then again, it also, mitigates potential risks.
My question would be like, how would that look for like missing persons, homicides, and things like that, of that nature?
Yeah, so I think what Kristen was explaining, so if it's a stolen vehicle, it's going to be entered in the stolen vehicle system. If it's entered into, we have different categories under CLETS. So it's long as if it's part of that, automatically the system will capture that and will alert us. But if it doesn't fall within that system, then we're never going to know.
So for example, that person that came from San Diego County that had just murdered somebody and then ended up here in our city, would we be able to be notified because we were able to catch that person due to the system? But
That one, I don't think we would have, because I don't think they had enough information. All they had was information on the vehicle, and with kind of like an alert to notify San Diego PD. It wasn't until later that the detectives were able to say, yeah, you guys had the suspect's vehicle. Now we put two and two together, and now it's going to be a 187 suspect.
because, you know, for me, that comes with public safety. If that individual was able to literally murder somebody, throw them off the side of the road and everything, then come into our city like nothing, like that poses to me public safety for our community. So
Yeah, so again, if I could just maybe not get you guys lost, but under the CLED system, so there's different categories. So if your vehicle gets stolen, then an officer goes to your house, or maybe somebody takes the report over the telephone. That gets entered into the system. Once that's entered, then automatically Flock will notify us if that's a stolen vehicle, if it comes through one of our cameras.
Kristen, so by eliminating access or sharing our data with external organizations, they could still access our data, but however, the only caveat would be that they would have to request access to it every time they conduct a search, correct?
Correct.
Right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. It's been a great discussion. Anybody else want to make a comment or a question? All right. Seeing none, does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to receive and file.
Yeah, I asked for a motion before that to cancel.
What was your motion, Councilman Barson?
When I told you earlier, it was to cancel, motion to cancel.
Just to clarify, that's direction number 3. That's to direct the city manager to provide notice to terminate the agreement for convenience on August 12th, 2025?
Yes, that's it.
And motion to receive and file.
second.
Do we have a second on the first motion?
All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take on the second motion by Councilwoman Guillen and a second by Councilwoman Dr. Francelo Sanchez. We'll do a roll call.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I would like to propose a sub-motion to all the two motions. Is that possible?
Yeah.
I would like to conduct a motion to direct Bell Gardens Police Department to eliminate access from the 200,
I think it's 282.
282 agencies.
So delete access for them to have, others to have access to the system?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second that.
Sorry, real quick, is that to receive and file and in addition to give this direction?
Correct, yes.
Okay, second motion is heard first.
I'm sorry to get into this, but I'd like to add, maybe you can modify it yourself. I'm not trying to steal your motion, but in addition to that, I think that we need to also implement the transparency portal, right? Like the ones that Bell has. So just add that to the motion, please.
Yes.
And I'll make a motion that we receive and file and just add the transparency portal.
There's like 4 motions at this point. So there was a Councilwoman Barcena motion. There was no second for that motion. Then there was the Councilwoman Guillen motion. And then there was a second by Councilwoman Dr. Francelo Sanchez. And we were going to do that one, but then Miguel jumped and Mayor Pro Tem de la Rosa did a substitute motion to jump in and do the...
Receive and file with removing the 282 agencies and adding the transparency portal.
Okay.
So
And then
that's the
I second
second motion, so that one, we need to hear that one first.
Okay. Which was Mayor Pro Tem de la Rosa's?
Correct.
All right. All right, can we do a roll call for that?
Yes. So this is for the motion with Mayor Pro Tem De La Rosa and seconded by Mayor Chavez, correct? With the,
That's correct.
okay. Member of the council and successor agency, Barsina?
This is for the motion to remove access from the 280 and then also the portal.
Add
That
the
will be
transparency.
that will be a yes. And that's to happen immediately, right?
If that's direction of the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, following the next business day.
Okay, thank you, yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Guillen?
I'll abstain.
Councilwoman Sanchez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem De La Rosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Chavez?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 3. Well, 1-1.
Right. Moving on to the next item, which was the, what item were we, what was the next item? City Manager?
The next item, Mayor, is the discussion pertaining to KDI, our Resilient Rio Bell Gardens Golf Course Vision Plan update. And so just real quick to kind of cue this up, this has been an item that's been discussed for a number of years. It's probably been 3 to 4 years, probably 4 total, where there's potential vision plan to either completely convert the golf course or to convert parts of the golf course for other use separate from golf. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Recreation Community Services Director, Liz Nava. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll go quickly through this report. I'll give a brief update. And then also we have Shalina Odbert here from KDI to answer some questions about the grant. But we'll go quickly through this item. So back in 2021, KDI received a grant, a Prop 61 grant from the State Rivers and Mountains Conservancy. And that grant was used to create a project to re-envision the golf course and the use of the space at the golf course. And with that those funds, KDI conducted several community outreach opportunities to receive feedback from the community on their opinions of this topic. The project is called Our Resilient Rio, which is a vision plan for the future of the Bell Gardens Golf Course, or we'll just call it the vision plan. So here's really quickly just some photos of KDI out in the community surveying the residents and community members of Bell Gardens. So from the survey information, KDI was able to put together 3 vision plans, and those vision plans were brought to council. Council reviewed the 3 plans and provided KDI with comments. And then KDI came back in March of last year with a final vision plan that was approved by council. And council also gave KDI approval to seek funding for design, construction plans and specifications and estimates for the vision plan. However, the direction that was given from council did not include seeking a grant with implementation or with a portion of the project actually being constructed. So just really quickly, this is a review of the 3 designs that were first presented by KDI, and then this is the final design that was approved by council. So a little bit has changed. So KDI approached staff to let us know that the RMC was making available a grant for the vision plan. If the grant is awarded, the grant would fund the design, construction plans, and specifications and estimates, as well as at least one portion of construction. So because this grant would require a portion of construction to be completed, it requires implementation. It's different than the original direction that was given just for design and plans and specs for construction. So at this time, there's no fiscal impact to the city. KDI is operating under their own firm to apply for grant funding. But because the project is on City of Bell Gardens property and through our facility, the city must give approval first. If it is decided to come back and give direction, there could be a potential for future fiscal impacts, but not at this time. So staff is just recommending that council either receive and file this report or to direct staff to bring back an agenda item with a resolution for council consideration to authorize KDI to apply for this RMC grant. Just because it does involve the implementation portion on this grant. So that's it for my report. And Shalina is here to answer any questions about the grant or the vision plan, and staff is available as well. Thank you.
Can you please go back to the slide that has the 3 vision and the numbers? I want to reflect on the numbers of residents that voted for each of those. I think I got 62 was for one, but I want to get the other numbers.
Sure. The image with the 3 plans you said?
So is it safe to say that 62 residents voted for the first one, 31 residents voted for the second one, and 11 voted for the third one?
I want to, that could be percentages, and because it's not outlined here, I don't want to mislead you. So my guess is that it's percentage, because what I remember is that overwhelmingly the percentage of direction for a particular plan was over the majority. So I can confirm that for you.
I want to note that because I know last time we had a conversation and you came with the percentages, it was a fraction of our community. So it was maybe 100 and something residents that participated out of the 40,000 that we have. So I just want to make sure that I have accurate data.
Yeah, what I can say about that, again, I'm happy to get you the specific numbers, but the sample size of folks that we engaged throughout the entire engagement process was a statistically representative sample. So for a city of 40,000 to accurately capture need and priority, it would recommend that you talk to at least X number of people, and that X is the amount of people that we met or exceeded through the process.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Any members of the council have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I was looking at the vision plan, and it appears, yeah, so there's multiple numbers there. Are those representative of the phases for the plan? For example, phase 1 would be native meadow, and then wetland lake 2 and so.
Yeah, great question. No, those aren't representative of phases. This is what we would call a really high-level concept plan. So just big vision, big idea before we get into any of the subsequent design phases, like schematic design or design development. And it's at those phases where you begin to think about whether you do the project all at once or you design it in phases. So what these numbers refer to here are more like a legend. This plan goes with larger text and descriptions, and so native meadow has a 1 by it because in the larger vision plan, then there's sort of like more details about the native meadow and how it would work in the vision for it.
Awesome.
But sorry, just to say though that the plan, the opportunity for funding would allow the opportunity to design in phases.
So in theory, we could pick and choose, where to start in theory?
Absolutely. And I think that's an important part of this particular funding opportunity because let's say you all plus the community decided that this is a project that should be done in 3 phases. And the first phase During the first phase, the golf course should remain fully functional as it is today. This grant allows for you to do that. It doesn't require you to implement a second or third phase on any particular timeline, or really actually ever. What it does require is that you implement a first phase, and then through your work and the collective work of the community, you would determine what that first phase is. So, and what, if you look at the vision plan, residents and all of the stakeholders we engaged took a moment to think about what that would look like. So they've actually identified a few potential places to start. And all of those projects are projects that would give something that residents could use immediately, but would not take the golf course as it is today out of operation. So more of like an enhancement phase to the existing facility.
Thank you.
Would if the council directs us to bring back a resolution to support requesting funding from the RMC, would the funding that you guys request be for the design and of the whole project and then implementation of a piece of it? So it could be a significant amount of money to design the whole process, and then it would just be implementation potentially of, like, example, like the mural and the interpretive trail, or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. So you could design, let's say you wanted 5 phases and the 5th phase, you know, was something really impactful and expensive. Let's say maybe it's community center, housing, I don't know, any number of things. That could all be designed through this grant, but the implementation would be only the items identified in the first phase, and the funding would cover both things, design through 5 phases and implementation through phase 1.
So at the time that you apply for the funding, do you have to identify already the part that would be implemented?
No. I think, you know, this would be developed as we develop the funding proposal, but some things we need to have an amount to ask for, right? So we need to have some sense of the scale of what we're going to go for in a phase 1, but certainly not the specifics, because you would want that to happen through community process, through a community engaged like design set of phases. So there would be the opportunity to shape that with the requirement ahead of the grant to just outlining kind of the big constraints, so we know where to aim the ultimate dollar amount.
And I'm assuming the RMC is requiring the implementation part, so they're just not funding like paperwork, basically.
Exactly. RMC, which I think is a noble and notable thing about them, is they really want to like get change into the hands of community members, and that's our goal. We're a nonprofit design firm, so that's where we come to the table as well. As we did this vision plan, and as you rightly pointed out, it's been a few years, and our commitment to all the residents that we engaged over that multi-year process is that it wouldn't just stay on the page, and that we could actually, you know, make that change real in a way that people could see, touch, and feel. So I think what is the great opportunity here is that rather than kind of looking for funding in 2 more stages, so funding just for the design and then after that funding for implementation, to take a first double step together where we can move forward with the design and at the end of a 2-year grant period have something that residents can enjoy and benefit from.
Quick question, how much is the funding from the RMC?
That would be determined, but ballpark, I would say, I think there's an opportunity to ask for up to $5 million. I can't guarantee, of course, that they'll give us that much, or, yeah, but that would be my goal.
And that's $5 million free?
Yeah. I mean, there's no obligation, I guess, in terms of fiscal impact, there's no obligation for the city to match it. There's no obligation. Let's say you did it in 3 phases. You designed all 3 phases, and the total cost, if you were to implement all 3 phases, was $30 million. The city wouldn't have any obligation to raise the other $25 million or somehow commit to spending that down the line. So in that sense, it's $5 million if we were lucky enough to be awarded it, to implement, design, and a phase one now, without further obligation.
Thank you for that. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
If I could
City
just ask,
manager?
just for the council mayor, and I know it's just hypothetical, on the $5 million, what percentage of that would you foresee being for design work versus the implementation?
Yeah.
Like a 4-to-1? something
Yeah,
like
I
that?
think so. I mean, again, it would depend on what the vision was for how many phases and to what scale. You know, if the ultimate goal was for all 3 phases to just be different aspects of a park, that's one design process. If the phasing were to include other things like affordable housing or community centers, that's a much more intensive design process, requires a lot more sub-consultants, a bigger design team, a lot of more studying and financial modeling, et cetera. So overall, most of the money, like a large majority, should be for implementation, but I think the important thing about the design opportunity here is all of the preparatory work that would go into designing a project like this. So you can think of it as the design, but also all of the site examination. So all of the soils work, all of the CEQA work, all of that really fun stuff that has to be done in order to get things done, and requires a big consultant team and lots of specialists. And all of that could kind of get out of the way now.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Well, first of all, thank you for waiting. I know it's been a very long meeting. I just wanted to share my experience with KDI. I actually don't know Shelina for that long. I just met her recently, but I did work with KDI even back when I was an employee in the city. And I can't even remember all the grants that they've helped us out with. They also helped us out with a plan for the golf course? No, the youth center, right?
Yes, yes.
So that, and then also, did they get us the money for the exercise equipment, the Prop 68? Or?
And they submitted an initial version of the Prop 68 grant, yes.
So the way I think about KDI, they're kind of like a guardian angel or something that just comes flying and helps us out, and I really, really appreciate all the help that you guys have provided. This particular project, was so cool to see the community become engaged. I never really knew if it was ever gonna come to reality, right? That's something that you always have to accept. There's never a guarantee. But right now that you're presenting this as a modular type of project where maybe we can prioritize on the funds that may become available, that to me is just like one step closer to reality. And it's just, I think it's such a great opportunity because let's say that, the project itself could never be fully funded, right? Well, at least maybe we're able to get maybe a portion of it that doesn't even interfere with its current use, right? And again, I know there's a process to reimagine things and do community outreach, but right away I'm thinking, if we could connect the riverbed to the current golf course, kind of like little house, what do you call it? The
clubhouse?
The clubhouse, yeah. Even just that, making a bike path or trail to get there from the riverbed, I feel like that would really activate even the golf course itself and the sports center and everything else that's nearby. So I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I want to thank you for all the work over the years, because this thing's already years that we've been working on it. But thank you.
And thank you for bringing up the idea that it could stay as a functional golf course. I'm not a golfer, but I do advocate for our golf course. I know that there's over 12 organizations that use our golf course, including Bell Gardens High School, Bell High School, Southgate High School, and Macy's, and also 2 of our intermediate schools. And so although it may not be heavily utilized, or that's the perception by some people, it is. And so I would like to see it continue as a golf course.
Likewise, I would like to explore that idea to continue it being a golf course with the implementation of maybe some new aspects, but with the continuance of the golf course.
Yeah, and following that conversation, I was looking at the overview, right, of the current state of the golf course, and I was comparing, you know, the golf course to the vision there, and it seems like, you know, we could potentially, well, do we have to decide where do we start? You know, do we have to give direction? Where do you want to start, or how does this work?
No, not yet.
Well, just
Yeah,
gonna throw out an idea. It seems like there's a public works office. Is that correct? Staff.
Yes, there's a yard.
Yeah, there's a yard, and I mean, I do see some what appear to be trailer offices, some storage, I assume, and a parking lot. But you know, I was wondering if it's possible to revamp that and give them a, you know, some sort of office space, or, you know, more formal storage. I don't know, just an idea, while also using some of the surrounding area, which appears to be not in use, you know, and bring something, you know, and pick and choose from the vision. I don't know, just an idea.
Yeah, I think what's really exciting about this opportunity and this project from the beginning is that the golf course in its current use and in its current form still has lots of opportunities to make it even more of a multi-beneficial piece of infrastructure for the city. So, and the city has lots of needs in terms of public space and lots of priorities for things that residents would like to see in their public realm. So with limited space in the city to kind of convert to meet those needs, the golf course really stands out as a place that all the places you just mentioned are places that could be invested in and made to work harder for a community without taking away from the needs that the golf course may currently serve for other groups. So I feel like there's a real win-win here, especially if there's funding available and we can kind of put our best thinking together for how to hopefully be awarded it. And one thing I would say, because this would come up if you do direct us to move forward, is the last, one of the requirements, because the golf course, as you probably know, covers a few different jurisdictions. It's not all City of Bell Gardens, as far as I understand. The part that you would need to implement on in phase one would be portions of the golf course that are just City of Bell Gardens.
No, the entire golf course is owned by the City of Bell Gardens.
Okay, so no easements. I thought there were like
It's
kind of
adjacent to
flood.
an Edison
Okay.
owned right away, but the golf course property lines are all within the City of Bell Gardens.
Okay, perfect. So we just couldn't do the Edison work without, under this grant.
Well, again, thank you for the presentation, and I believe there's definitely some consensus here in the council in regards to at least exploring, you know, how we can achieve this grant and, you know, potentially some benefits for the community. Anybody else have any comments or questions? All right, if not, I'll go ahead and make a motion to direct staff to bring an agenda item with a resolution for the city council consideration to authorize KDI to apply for the Rivers and Mountains Conservancy Grant. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second that.
All right, we have a motion by Mayor Chavez, second by Councilman Barcena. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. City Manager, next item.
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This next item is a discussion of the creation of a Bell Gardens resident ID card program. This item was brought up by Councilmember Barcena at the last meeting, and something that we've kind of been working on as we're getting the Aquatic Center up and running, so it dovetails in, I think, with Recreation Community Services and some of the other immigration issues that we're dealing with as well. So I'll turn it over to our Recreation Community Services Director, Liz Nava, for a presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you again, Mr. O'Kelly. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Okay, I don't have it on my screen, but I will. Okay, as our city manager mentioned, this is an item before you that discusses the creation of the Bell Gardens Resident ID Card Program. As mentioned, last meeting, council inquired about creating an ID program, and so the Recreation and Community Services staff did some research on some local jurisdictions and municipalities who have ID programs. And in our most adjacent areas is Irwindale, who has a resident ID card, and then also the City of Commerce has a resident activity card, which is similar. So the purpose and the use of the ID cards, just want to acknowledge first that the ID cards wouldn't be valid for county, state, or federal programs, but they would be utilized within our city jurisdiction. And mostly it would be used to streamline registration processes. So a resident who wants to participate in various city programs, they can come in and apply for a resident ID card, and we will have their ID card. So for each program, event, or activity that they apply for, they only need to show us their card once. They don't have to go through the process every single time. So they will be given the priority registration or discounted rate at the resident discounted rate with their ID card. But also the resident ID card can be used as a picture form of ID wherever else it would be taken, because this card would include a photo ID of the resident. So the process to receive a card would be for the individual to come in person to Ford Park, fill out an application, and on the application we would ask for their name, their address, their email, their phone number, and the year that they became a resident of Bell Gardens. And then we would ask them to show proof of their residency. And the proof of residency for adults is basically it's a current proof of residency that we use for our programs today, which is a government-issued photo ID that's valid, as well as a utility bill in the applicant's name that matches the photo ID that they provided. So a utility bill is a gas bill, water bill, electric bill, or a landline, not a wireless phone, but a landline phone line. And for residents that are underage, basically we would need to see a birth certificate, and then if the child has legal guardianship and their parents are not their legal guardians, we'd require the legal guardian to provide the court documents that prove legal guardianship, and then the parent would have to undergo the same process with the photo ID and a utility bill. We also, however, for a student or a child, we will accept a student profile from the child's school. The child does not have to attend a Bell Garden school to prove that they live in Bell Gardens. Their school ID profile will show their current resident. So when a resident receives their ID card, the applicant's photo, first and last name, their date of birth, their year of residency. So kind of like a Costco membership where it says member since, it would say resident since, and then the year. And then the card issue date and an ID card number would all be included on the resident ID card. And just really quickly, the Recreation Community Services staff will be processing all the applications. Cards would be printed and distributed in-house and in person. We utilize a software system called ActiveNetwork for our registration programs, and so we would plan to utilize ActiveNet to help us capture the information gathered and keep track of the ID card numbers. And I already mentioned that they'll be printed in-house, and the applicants have to come in person because their photos will need to be taken. And the plan is to have them renew on an annual basis, and so we can constantly ensure that they're still residents of Bell Garden. And we do want to, staff is looking into the option to have a mobile registration. So for example, if we have a special event and a resident can come to our special event, to our booth, and hopefully sign up mobile sites. So that's something that we're hoping to implement as well. We are currently undergoing a fee study for some recreational programs, specifically for aquatics programming. And so one of the components of this fee study will include a physical ID card to determine an ID card fee. Once we have the results of the study, staff will come back to City Council and bring an item before you to determine the costs that council will approve. But just to give you some examples of what a card is costing locally, Irwindale charges $5 per card, and Commerce charges $7 per card. So just regarding a timeline very quickly, we hope to implement this by the open of our aquatic center, so that will be later this fall of this year. And just to really quickly overview, this is our implementation plan for the ID card program. And the card renewal will be required on an annual basis post receiving all the information required for the application. So right now for fiscal impact, we're looking at a one-time cost for equipment, like a printer, ID cards, and then there will be some minimal ongoing costs as we proceed through the years, but our current fiscal budget can accommodate this request, or this program. And so it's staff's recommendation that City Council receive and file this report. And I am available for any questions. I don't have a last slide.
Thank you so much for that, Director Nava. Anybody have any questions or comments regarding this item?
Just a quick comment. I appreciate all the work that went into this and that it's something that's feasible. I did want to share a concern. You know, this headline, Chicago to stop accepting online applications for municipal IDs, which is what we're trying to do, a municipal ID, after ICE subpoenaed city clerk says, right? So they were subpoenaed for records identifying applicants for the ID, known as the city key. So what I want to say is, like, this is a great tool to streamline registration process for our recreation activities, and it has a bunch of other benefits to all members of our community, not just immigrants. But I want to make sure that if we do roll it out, that we are taking into account these privacy warnings. We don't want to be subpoenaed and all of a sudden, like, our data is going to be handed over to the federal government. I don't mean to sound like overly cautious, but given the situation, I discussed with the city manager very briefly, and we have some ideas of how we can make it happen without us having to retain any of the personal information. So just want to make sure we keep that in mind as we move forward. But thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilor Barcena. Anybody else want to make a comment or question?
Just a question. The one-time cost of $6,000 would be just one time, right? The initial?
The initial cost, correct. We will undergo some ongoing costs in the future just to replenish supplies like ink and cards, but those costs will be minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none. Is this a motion or just direction?
This is just,
The motion to, okay. Is there a motion on the floor? We have a motion by Councilman Barcena, a second by Dr. De Leon Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it. All right. City Manager?
Final item, if I have my notes correctly here. This is for the council to consider appointing a delegate and up to 2 alternates for the League of Cities Conference to actually vote on behalf of the City of Bell Gardens. Over the years, there's been several times where there's just a delegate and 1 alternate. I believe there's been at least 1 occasion where we've had a delegate and up to 2 alternates. Normally, I think it's been the mayor and mayor pro tem have been the voting delegate and the alternate, with the second alternate being potentially if one of those 2 council members was not planning on attending or was not sure they were going to be able to attend the conference between October 8th and 10th. This year's conference is in Long Beach this year, so it is local. So I'm not sure if you'll need to have 2 alternates or not. But that's the gist of the item here, and we would look for the council to designate the voting delegate and up to 2 alternates for this conference. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that, City Manager. Anybody want to pick a delegate or request a delegate or an alternate, or want to nominate themselves?
I make a motion to make you the delegate and Mayor Pro Tem the alternate.
Second.
All right, anybody else? Seeing none. Does that have to also be a motion as well?
Yes.
All right, can we get a motion for that? That was the
That
motion?
was a nomination, so no.
Oh,
Yeah,
so now making the motion that it be the mayor as the delegate and Mayor Pro Tem as alternate.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a second.
Okay, so, motion by Councilwoman Dr. Fernandez Sanchez, second by Councilman Barcena. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Ayes have it. All right, City Manager, I think is that the last item?
Yes, Mayor, that's the last item.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Councilmember comments. We'll go ahead and begin with Mr. Councilmember Marco Barcena.
Thank you all for being patient and being here at 11. It's not the latest meeting, so I think you guys can rest assured that it could get worse. But I appreciate all of your work. I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness and patience. I know that it's not easy to work through some of these issues, but I can tell that everyone's really putting forward their best effort, and I appreciate that.
Councilwoman Guillen.
I'd like to thank staff for all the work that you always put in. Thank you for being here late. I know you have your families at home waiting for you, so thank you so much. For the community members that came out and left, thank you so much. For everyone watching on screen, thank you. To our PD, thank you. I know today was a heavy meeting for you guys, but thank you so much for being patient with us. And to my colleagues, thank you for the lively discussion.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Dr. Fernandez Sanchez.
Thank you to staff for all the hard work. Also, thank you to my colleagues. I think tonight just reminds us of leadership, right? We're not just up here making decisions. We do have to do research. We do have to agree to disagree sometimes. But I think that all of us up here have the residents in mind always, you know, whatever that may look like for each of us. But I do want to thank everybody that showed up today, especially the Bell Gardens residents. We always talk about being civically engaged, and we saw that today. So I invite the Bell Gardens residents to continue to coming out and be civically engaged, and it's just going to show how committed we all are to serving our residents. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem de la Rosa.
Thank you. I want to thank staff, my colleagues, and I want to thank everyone who participated today and shared their experiences, opinions, and perspectives. It really helps us, formulate decisions and, see things from, other angles, right? Again, thank you all. Have a good night.
Yeah, likewise, I'd like to echo the same sentiment as my colleagues. I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you to the community for coming out. Thank you to all the staff, city manager, legal, city clerk, chief, Director Nava, high list, everybody, Director Bernie, Director Manny, Director Manuels, and Elisel, who's still here. Appreciate it for being here. And with that said, that'll conclude my comments. It is 10:49 p.m. If there's no objection by the members of City Council, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.